a 20-ounce Coca-Cola. What do a 20-ounce Coca-Cola and a Quick Trip take-home meal have in common? Besides that they're both delicious, they earn you chances to win a brand new Chevy Tahoe in our Coca-Cola Scratch Game. They play the Scratch Game in your Quick Rewards app, and you can win a Chevy Tahoe or other great prizes. Play for free daily in your Quick Rewards app, or purchase any Quick Trip take-home meal, 20-ounce Coca-Cola, or Smart Water to receive even more chances to play and win. Play the Coca-Cola Scratch Game today, and you can eat, drink, and scratch your way behind the wheel of a new Chevy Tahoe.
Does your home require a window AC unit to cool spaces during spring and summer? Are you reluctant to start up your home's boiler system in those spring and fall transitional months? Mitsubishi Electric's revolutionary heat pump systems can provide energy-efficient heating and cooling for continuous year-round comfort. Perfect for homes with existing boiler-based central heating systems. Starting a boiler system for the first time in a season requires a lot of energy and time to build heat within the home. The warm days and cold nights of the spring and fall transitional months can spell problems for homeowners, as it's not continuously cold enough to turn on the boiler, leaving homes uncomfortable. When operating, boiler systems burn a fuel, often wood, gas, or oil, to heat water within a closed-loop circulation system. Once the water is heated, an electric pump circulates the hot water to radiators in parts of the home. Boilers work most efficiently when they are continuously heating and moving the hot water throughout the house. Mitsubishi Electric's heat pump technology and our zoned comfort solutions are true dual heating solutions that save energy and can reduce the load requirement of your existing boiler system, adding years of service life before replacement is needed. For .com. Mitsubishi Electric. Make yourself comfortable.
And our first forerunner is now on course. We have Cindy Williams. And we're about ready to begin our girls Boarder Crosse. Looks like we have 36 racers for the Boarder Crosse, and we're going to get started in just a minute.
This Boarder Crosse event is taking on more and more popularity. You'll be watching these
And bib 402, Chloe Larson, a junior from Middleton, is now on course. And here comes Chloe to the finish. And Chloe Larson's time is a 39.75, 39.75 for Chloe. Our next racer is bib number 440, Sienna Whipperfirth, a freshman from Wanakee, racing as an individual.
And Leah's time is a 44.31. Leah Walters from Waukesha, 44.31. We're skipping bib 431 and moving to bib 410. This is McKinley DeLong. She's a sophomore from Slinger.
And we've got McKinley DeLong on course right now. And in the gate, we'll have bib 426, Brianna Schaubel from West Bend. Here comes McKinley DeLong to the finish. And McKinley's time is a 40.83, 40.83 for McKinley DeLong. Now on course is 426, Brianna Schaubel, a sophomore from West Bend.
McKinley DeLong was a sixth place.
51.17. Our next racer is bib 432, Micah Lahila, a freshman from Ashland, also racing as an individual.
We've got great racing conditions here today for these snowboarders. And Mika Lahila crosses the finish line at 52.14. 52.14. On course now is bib 418. From Waukesha, this is Nicole Major.
And in the gate, we have one of our local racers, bib 429, Santana Carranza from La Crosse Central Logan in the start. We're watching Nicole Major on course. And here's 433, Nicole Long, making her way through this Boarder Crosse course. Having a little bit of trouble here at the final few stages here, but here she comes. 433, Nicole Long finishes with a 51.43, 51.43.
On course now, Samantha Caston. Samantha's from West Bend, and she is a senior this year. Samantha placed 10th last year in Boarder Crosse. Let's see what she's got this year. And Sam comes across the line at 48.55, 48.55. On course now, Emma Chandler. She's a senior from Middleton. This is bib 401, Emma Chandler.
And we are in the second seat of the girls Boarder Crosse at the state championships 2022. Here she comes, bib 401, Emma Chandler, a senior from Middleton, finishes. And Emma's time is a 38. She's from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, and she's a senior, so this will be her final Boarder Crosse of her high school career. Brooklyn Waldner. Brooklyn's having a little trouble on that final final gate. Seems like that's been trouble for the last three boarders, but she's back up, and here she comes to the finish. This is bib 439, Brooklyn Waldner. And Brooklyn's time is a 54.12, 54.12. Our next racer is going to be bib 412, Emma Smith, a freshman from Slinger. And Emma is now, here comes Lily Clement, sophomore from Sturgeon Bay on course. And here she comes to the finish. Lily Clement's time is a 47.65, 47.65.
Next up, from West Bend, Wisconsin, This is a freshman, Chloe Rummel, wearing bib 425. Her first trip to the state ski meet and giving Mountain Lacrosse a good run here. Here's Chloe Rummel. And Chloe heading for the finish strong at 38.06. Puts her in the one position, 38.06 for Chloe Rummel. On course now, bib 40.
A freshman. So the time to beat right now is 38.06. This is Delaney Braun seeing what she can do on these last few turns. Bib 409, Delaney Braun finishes with a time of 43.17, 43.17. Next up, we have bib 437, Sophia Parkinson, a junior from Hartford. Bib 437, Sophia Parkinson is making her way through this course and having a little trouble at the blue gate and the red gate, but she's going to get a finish. And here she comes, bib 437, Sophia Parkinson. Kaylee Reineck is finishing up, and at the top of the course, we have bib 420, Morgan Rikus, a senior from Waukesha. And we don't have a time for Kaylee Reineck yet, but we'll get that to you as soon as possible. And we are watching Morgan Rikus from Waukesha on course. And here she comes, and we'll get you her time as soon as we have it. On course is 434, one of our local racers, Tennyson Makepeace, a freshman from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, and she is on course. And our first racer in the fourth seat is bib 416, Madison Hosley, a senior from Waukesha.
Madison will be followed by Abigail Utter from Middleton.
Here comes Madison Hosley toward the finish, and Madison's time is a 45.56, 45.56. On course, we have bib 406, Abigail Utter, a senior from Middleton. And we're watching bib 427, Samantha Schaefer, a senior from West Bend on course. And she'll be followed by bib 413, Ava Stortz, a junior from Slinger.
And Samantha's time, 1:15.26, 1:15.26. On course now, from Slinger, this is Ava Stortz.
The fastest time so far is by a freshman, Chloe Rummel. So far, 38.06 is the time to beat. This is Ava Stortz doing her best on this course. She's a junior from Slinger, and she will be our final racer in our fourth seed. And here she comes, Ava Stortz. Her finish Time is 41.98. 41.
Flag and going to get back on course. Kate Williams back underway, a sophomore from Middleton.
We have an unofficial time for Tavia Gisponer of 42.30. 42.30 for Tavia Gisponer.
And Kate Williams crosses the finish line at 1:30.48. On course now, bib 419. She's a sophomore.
We're watching bib 408, Skylar Brandt on course. She'll finish up our 5th seed, and we'll get started with our 6th seed with racer 405, Grace Repsch. Here comes Skylar Brandt to the finish, picking up some speed there. Skylar's time is a 47.40. 47.50. I'm sorry, 47.40. Our next racer is 405, Grace Repsch, a sophomore from Middleton. Our next racer will be 411, Sydney Quebecus from Slinger.
We're watching Ava make her way down the course. She comes through this last section here. Over the feature, headed for the finish line. Ava's time, 56.40. 56.40.
And we have a substitution. We have 411, Sydney Quebecus, a sophomore from Slinger, now on course. And after a little bit of trouble on that last gate, here comes Michaela Trahan to the finish. And her time is a 54.11, 54.11. And that can
shop inside where you registered for the race. And so those top 5 racers are able to order up some all-state jackets and are eligible. But again, these are unofficial results at this point. We'll tabulate and get you some official results, but this should hold pretty well as far as we know.
And to add to that, Rich, again, you can go into the chalet, into the boardroom. And so again, all snowboarders who place in the top 5 are eligible to purchase an all-state jacket. And you can even try on some jackets in the boardroom to get your sizing correct. So when you get a break at some point and you're a top 5 finisher, you can go into the boardroom and check out the all-state jackets.
Also, a big shout out to all of our volunteers and our course workers and gatekeepers. We're getting closer and closer to starting with our boys snowboard Boarder Crosse. On course now, we have Godfrey Quinn. He's a junior from Ashwa Bay. Godfrey's wearing bib 504. He's competing as an individual.
And we're in our first seat of the boys snowboard Boarder Crosse at the 2022 State Ski and Snowboard Championships. Here comes Quinn Godfrey to the finish. And Quinn's time might be a 42.00. We'll double check that. Now on course is Cooper Calloway from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team.
On course now from Slinger, bib 479, Isaac DeWalt.
All right, they're running the boys pretty fast here. We've got Isaac DeWalt finishing with a 37.72, 37.72. Our racer 461, Alban Pitts, is now on course. We'll go back and get some times for you in just a minute here. But we're watching 461, Alban Pitts from a senior from Madison Area Co-op.
We have some times here for those first four racers. Sorry for the confusion. Bib 504, Quinn Godfrey, 42.01. Bib 443, Cooper Calloway, 34.79. Bib 449, Luke Cook at 37.73. And bib 479, Isaac DeWalt at 34.76. So those top four racers are right tight with one another. In the start gate, we have racer number 5. He's wearing bib 461, senior from Madison Area Co-op. This is Alban Pitts.
And on course is bib number 461, Alban Pitts on course. And here he comes to the finish. Alban Pitts, a senior from Madison Area Co-op, finishes with a 40.95, 40.95. Our next racer is bib 471, Max Durkee, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines, on course.
Max will be followed by Robert Erickson, a senior from Middleton. Let's keep our eyes on Max. Max charges the line at 36.62. Unofficially puts him in second place, 36.62. On course now from Middleton, bib 465, Robert Erickson.
And in the gate, we have 457, Hunter Wenzel, a junior from Hartford.
And here comes Robert Erickson across the finish line at 38.94. 38.94 for Robert. And on course, we have Hunter Wenzel from Hartford.
And the guys are attacking this Boarder Crosse. It looks like they're having a lot of fun. Our first seed, we are on racer number 8, Hunter Wenzel on course. He'll be followed by 494, Zach King from Wanakee. Here comes Hunter Wenzel to the finish. Hunter's time is a 35.01, 35.01. Our next racer is bib 494, Zachary King, a sophomore from Wanakee.
Hunter was a 10th place finisher in the overall snowboard last year, so we'll keep an eye on him. And on course, as Amy said, this is Zachary King. And Zachary's time, a 41.15, 41.15 for Zachary King.
Our next racer is 497, Ethan Benedict, a senior from West Bend. We're approaching the last two racers in our first seed. In the start, we'll have 489, AJ George from Waukesha. But we're watching Ethan Benedict on course.
And Ethan charges the finish line at 35.21. 35.21 unofficially puts him in third position. And on course right now, AJ George, a junior from Waukesha.
When I was walking out here, Rich, I overheard some boarders saying, "That is so much fun. That Boarder Crosse course is so much fun." So it's good to see that they're having a good time and getting some nice times here, too. Approaching the finish is 489, AJ George. And his time is a 34.47, 34.47. Maybe it was AJ who I was listening to saying it was a good course.
Leading off our second seed here in bib 463. He's a senior from the Madison Area Co-op. Let's welcome Jackson Walling.
And this will be Jackson's final Boarder Crosse. He's a senior from Madison Area Co-op, and here he comes to the finish. Jackson Walling's time is a 41.70, 41.70.
Next on course in bib 493, he's a sophomore from Wanakee, Charlie King. And you know, Amy, we got to give a shout out to the guys that worked so hard on putting that course together. Pete and Raisler and Jason Barney, the local operations team here from Mount Lacrosse, did a great job putting this Boarder Crosse course together. But let's keep our eyes on Charlie King here as he rounds the course in bib 493. And as you said, they're charging pretty hard here today, up over that last feature and across the finish line at 40.02, puts Charlie unofficially in 8th place.
Our next racer is bib 456, Mason Weimer, a freshman from Hartford. So this is his first Boarder Crosse at the state meet. I know we have a ton of people who help make these courses amazing. I know that Bill Patza and Sam Grody also helped out with a lot of the coursework. We've just had so many wonderful volunteers who help make this a great 3-day event. And here comes 456, Mason Weimer. On course in the start, we have bib 500, Johnny Mundell from West Bend. Here comes Mason Weimer to the finish. Mason's time is a 38.07, 38.07.
On course now, Johnny Mundell, bib 500, sophomore from West Bend. I think Johnny's figuring out he's not at Sunburst anymore. He's on a pretty steep course and making good work of it. Johnny's doing a nice job there, left foot forward as he comes down the course, charging for the finish line. And Johnny turns in a time of 35.67, unofficially fifth place finish for Johnny Mundell.
Our next racer is 466 Max Markwart, a senior from Middleton.
Max will be followed by Tristan Brilla, a sophomore from Sturgeon Bay.
And making his way into our view here is 466 Max Markwart, a senior from Middleton. And Max finishes with a time of 44.33. 44.33.
On course now, bib 503. This is Tristan Brilla from Sturgeon Bay.
We're about in the middle of our second seat of the boys snowboard Boarder Crosse. In the start, we have bib 480 Joseph Hefter, a sophomore from Slinger. And we are watching on course right now, 503 Tristan Brilla from Sturgeon Bay.
And Tristan comes across the finish line at 40.47, unofficial 11th position for Tristan. 40.47. On course now, from Slinger, Joseph Hefter.
In the start, we have one of our local racers, 448 Logan Boland from La Crosse Central Logan. He'll be followed by Bodie Calloway from Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem. And here we are watching 480 Joseph Hefter finish. Joseph's time is at 35.80, 35.80. On course, we have 448 Logan Boland from La Crosse Central Logan, a sophomore.
I know some of these snowboarders were in last weekend or a couple weekends ago to race here at our first USSA snowboard race, and across the finish line for Logan at 40.21. He's from Central Logan. On course now from AOWS. He's a freshman. This is Bodie Calloway.
And we'll see how Bodie does compared to his brother Cooper. They're tight competition all year long. It's been fun to watch these two racers. Bodie, just a freshman from the Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem team.
Got a bit of a home field advantage here for the Calloway brothers, but here he is charging for the finish line, and Bodie's time, 37.14 for Bodie Calloway, unofficially in 8th position. On course now, bib 475, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines. This is Owen Rapenchek.
And rounding out our second seed will be bib 485, Nolan Ament, a senior from Waukesha. On course is 475, Owen Repenschek, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines. And here he comes. Getting a little chatter at that last gate, but here he is to the finish. And Owen's time is a 41.36, 41.36. Now our final racer for our second seed is 485, Nolan Ament, a senior from Waukesha. And after a little bit of a bobble there, we have Nolan Ament back on course, bib 485. Here comes Nolan Ament to the finish. His time 2.15.06, 2.15.06. Our next racer is bib 451, Sam Lown, Jr. from La Crosse Central Logan.
Sam will be followed by Alex Wilson, a senior from Middleton.
And we're watching 451, Sam Lown, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan, make his way toward the finish. And here he comes over the final berm there. Sam Lown finishes with a 48.27, 48.27. Our next racer is 470, Alex Wilson, a senior from Middleton.
And here comes Alex Wilson from Middleton across the finish line at 44.41. On course now, bib 455. A sophomore from Hartford. This is Jackson St. Antoine. And Jackson charges for the finish line, turns in a time of 36.74, 36.74 for Jackson, unofficially puts him in 8th position. On course now, bib 505. He's a junior from Luther, skiing as an individual, Jack Hom.
We are into our third seat of the boys snowboard Boarder Crosse. We're watching 505, Jack Hom, a junior from Luther High School. And in the start, we have 487, Chris DeCourt, a sophomore from Waukesha.
Jack crosses the finish line at 42.82. Jack Hom from Luther at 42.82. On course now, bib 487, Chris DeCourt. A little bobble for Chris. He's working his way back up around the course and coming back through. He's back on online and ready to go. Chris DeCourt working his way down after just a little bobble up there. Moving through the course. And next up, staging is bib 495, a sophomore from Wanakee, Greg Nicholson.
And Chris DeCourt's time was a 54.27, 54.27. We're watching bib 495, Gregory Nicholson, a sophomore from Wanakee. In the start, we have one of our local racers. We have bib 445, Jacob Mighty, a sophomore from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team.
Gregory Nelson working his way to the bottom of the course. Bib 495, sophomore from Wanakee. Just getting his sea legs here on this tough course. A little bobble there. Working his way around the red gate. Back up and Adam he's at for this last and final pitch here to the finish line. Here's Gregory across the line at 1 minute, 0.12.
Now on course, we have bib 445, Jacob Mighty. In the start, we have bib 484, Ethan Smith, a senior from Slinger. Here comes Jacob Mighty, a sophomore from the AOWS team, approaching the finish. And Jacob's finish time is 42.45, 42.45 for Jacob Mighty.
On course now, we have Ethan Smith. He's a senior from Slinger. Bib 484. And Ethan's time, 35.75. An official 6th place for Ethan Smith from Slinger. On course now, from Rhinelander Northland Pines, bib 477, this is Isaiah Willoughby.
And in the start, we have 502, Michael Spangenberg from West Bend. Bib 477, Isaiah Willoughby on course and approaching the finish area. And there he is, 477, Isaiah Willoughby's time, 41.51, 41.51. Now on course, 502, Michael Spangenberg, a senior from West Bend. He'll be followed by another senior, 458, Tristan Furseth from Madison Area Co-op.
Michael looks like he's committing to this course. He's rolling down towards the finish line. Michael's time, 36.57. 36.57 unofficially puts Michael in 8th place here in the boys' Boarder Crosse. On course now from Madison Area Co-op, a senior, Tristan Furseth.
And Tristan will be our final racer in seed number 3. Here comes Tristan Furseth to the finish. Got a little air there and had a little trouble, but he finishes with a 46.31, 46.31 to round out our 3rd seed of the boys' Boarder Crosse. Starting out our 4th seed, we'll have bib 499, Aiden Goose, senior from West Bend.
Aiden's on course now. Our current leader, AJ George, with a time of 34.47. AJ from Waukesha. Aiden's taking it seriously. He's running towards this course, and he finishes at a 38.83. 38.83 for Aiden Goose from West Bend. On course now, wearing bib 490, a senior from Waukesha, David Latka.
We're watching bib 490, David Latka, senior from Waukesha, approach the finish area. And David finishes with a time of 35.81, 35.81. On course 459, Milo Graffin, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op. Here comes Milo Graffin, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op. Milo's time is a 43.67, 43.67. On course, one of our locals, 447, Gabriel Shelfout, a senior from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team, now on course. This will be Gabe's final Boarder Crosse for his high school career as he's a senior. Bib 447, Gabe Shelfout, on course and approaching the finish. And Gabe finishes with a 48.12, 48.12. Now on course 476, Will Ryder, freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Ryder Will, actually. His name is Ryder Will.
Ryder will be followed by Bib 450, Dominic Kryling from Central Logan, one of our local guys. Ryder making his way down the course from Rhinelander Northland Pines. And Ryder will, Bib 476, crosses the finish line at 40.78. 40.78 on course now from Central Logan, Dominic Kryling.
Our next racer will be 454, Caleb St. Anton, a sophomore from Hartford.
Dominic coming into the final approach of this course. And Dominic crosses the finish line 43.43.
Now on course is bib 454, Caleb St. Antoine, a sophomore from Hartford.
Caleb will be followed by Jack Bullis, a sophomore from Slinger. This is bib 454, Caleb St. Antoine. He's working his way back across the gate. Up and around the blue, he's back on course and headed down. Caleb across that final feature had a little bobble up there with a 58.64, 58.64 for Caleb St. Antoine. On course now in bib 478 from Slinger, Jack Bullis.
In the start, we have bib 468, Zach Revord, a senior from Middleton. We are rounding out our fourth seed of the boys snowboard Boarder Crosse. And we're watching Jack Bullis approach the finish. Here he comes, bib 478, Jack Bullis. His time, 36.25, 36.25. Now on course, 468, Zach Revord, senior from Middleton. He'll be followed by 492, Cole Gasho, a freshman from Wanakee.
Zach looks like he came through a tough part of the course there with some good speed. And Zach had just a little slip out there as he approaches the bottom portion of the course. Zach comes across the line at 49.70, 49.70. On course now, from Wanakee, a freshman, Cole Gaskow.
If we mispronounce your name, we're very sorry. We're doing the best we can, but I don't know. Rich and I are guessing on some of these. 492, Cole Gasho, a freshman from Wanakee, on course, and he'll finish up our fourth seed of the Boarder Crosse. We'll have a quick slip in between 4 and 5, and then we'll go with seed 5.
Cole's time, 48.46. Bib number 492. Once again, thanks to those course workers as they slip and prepare this course for our next seed. Keeping things running smoothly here. We've got a great cadre of volunteers that are here from morning till night to make this race a success. So if you see them in the parking lot later, be sure you say hello and thank you.
And we want to thank all the volunteers. We have a course crew coming through right now, slipping the course, making it safe for our racers. So thank you to all of our volunteers. We're going to get started with our 5th seed after the slippers come through. And now on course, we have bib 481, Gabe Quebecus, a senior from Slinger. He'll be followed by 452, Gavin Albrecht, a freshman from Hartford. Here comes Gabe Quebecus to the finish. His time, 38.16, 38.16. On course, we have bib 452, Gavin Albrecht, a freshman from Hartford.
Gavin will be followed by Evan Mathwig, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op. First race here at Mount Lacrosse as a state racer anyway for freshman Gavin Albrecht, and he crosses the finish line at 39.23. 39.23. Next up, this is Evan Mathwig. He's a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op. Evan will be followed by Reese Frisk. Help me out here, Rhinelander.
I'd like to say Reese Frisquet.
Frisquet.
I don't know. That's French.
Nonetheless, we've got our eyes on Evan Mathwig here from the Madison Area Co-op. He's a sophomore. Time to beat here today, AJ George at 34.47.
Here comes Evan Mathwig, having a little trouble on that red gate. Gonna have to go up around it to get a finish here. And he's got it. So bib 460, Evan Mathwig approaching the finish. Evan's time is a 55.13, 55.13. We have a slight pause for a little panel repair here.
We actually have Reese Frisquet on the course right now. He's coming around the bend. I think the course got repaired quickly and we're able to send Reese. He's making his way to the front side of this course and through those features. And Reese's time, 41.98, 41.98. Next up, bib 467, a junior from Middleton, Paul Maroc.
And again, we want to thank all of our volunteers for helping us out here for the state ski and snowboard meet today, tomorrow, and Monday. So thank you for the gate repair. And we're getting ready for our next racer, bib 467, Paul Mroke from Middleton.
On course now from Middleton, we're watching Paul Mroke, bib 467.
Our next racer in the 5th seed will be bib 491, Noah Steinke, a sophomore from Waukesha. Here comes Paul Mroke to the finish. Paul's time is a 48.48, 48.48 for Paul. On course 491, Noah Steinke, a sophomore from Waukesha.
Noah got around that first corner nicely. He's looking like he's charging this course.
Our next racer is one of our locals, bib 446, Matthew Peterson, a senior from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. He is in the gate. Here comes Noah Steinke, and Noah's time is 36.74, 36.74 for Noah.
On course now, Matthew Peterson, a senior from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem.
And rounding out our 5th seed will be bib 498, Kieran Doherty, a sophomore from West Bend. Here comes Matthew Peterson to the finish. And Matt's time is a 46.28, 46.28 for Matt Peterson. On course 498, Kieran Doherty from West Bend.
And Kieran will be followed by Gavin Baer. Gavin will be the number 1 skier in the seed number 6, 6th seed. And on course right now, Kieran Doherty from West Bend. Kieran has no trouble with that last feature, and he comes across the finish line at 37.26. 37.26 for Kieran Doherty. On course now, the first boarder in seed 6. This is Gavin Baer, a junior from West Bend. And Gavin's time, 39.53. 39.53 for Gavin Baer. On course now, bib 444, a junior from AOWS. This is Noah Mergen.
Following Noah, we'll have bib 462, Connor Scrum, a freshman from the Madison Area Co-op. Here he comes, 444, Noah Mergen to the finish. Noah's time is a 43.35, 43.35. Our next racer is 462, Connor Scrum from the Madison Area Co-op.
Connor will be followed by Landon Egbrinson from Hartford.
We're about halfway through our 6th seed of the boys Boarder Crosse. And we are watching 462 Connor Scrum, a freshman from Madison Area Co-op, finish. Connor's time is a 44.70, 44.70.
On course now, bib 453 from Hartford. This is a freshman, Landon Engbritson. His first trip to the state high school snowboard meet.
In the start, we have 488, Ben Engel, a junior from Waukesha.
And Landon comes across the line at 42.8, 42.80. And on course now, wearing bib number 488, a junior from Waukesha, we're watching Ben Engel.
In the start, we have bib 472, Brady Frisk or Friske, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Here comes Ben Engel to the finish, bib 488. And Ben's time is a 39.56, 39.56 for Ben Engel.
On course now, this is Brady Friske from Rhinelander Northland Pines. He's a junior this year. And if Brady's parents are out there and we're murdering this last name, we apologize. Come let us know.
Well, when we go into the chalet, we'll start asking people how to pronounce these tricky ones. In the start, we have bib 464, Braden Conwell, a junior from Middleton.
And Brady's time, 44.76 for Brady Friske from Rhinelander Northland Pines. On course now from Middleton, this is Braden Conwell.
And Braden Conwell will be followed by bib 483, Luke Schmidt, a sophomore from Slinger. And Luke will be our final snowboarder for the Boarder Crosse. Here comes bib 464, Braden Conwell, a junior from Middleton, approaching the finish. And Braden's time is a 45.36, 45.36. Our final racer is now on course 583, Luke Schmidt, a sophomore from Slinger.
And Luke's time is 36.46, unofficial 10th position there for Luke. 36.46. That completes seed 6.
And we had some good competition here in the boys Boarder Crosse. Unofficially, our leader is AJ George, followed by, in second place, Isaac DeWalt. In third, Cooper Calloway. Fourth, Hunter Wenzel. Fifth, Ethan Benedict. Sixth, Johnny Mundell. Seventh, Ethan Smith. Eighth, Joseph Hefter. Ninth, David Latka. And 10th, Jack Bullis. So that's unofficial. We'll be back with more racing. We're pretty much right on schedule. It looks like we'll have the inspection for the girls GS race starting around 11:15. We'll let you know more. So get to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back as soon as they're ready with the course.
And yes, Amy, that is some good racing. Our top 3 racers split inside a half a second. So that's some real close racing on a real great course. So we had some great Boarder Crosse athletes here today, both the boys and the girls, and a great way to lead off the state high school ski and snowboard championships.
And it's a balmy 9 degrees here at Mount Lacrosse. The sun is shining, and it looks like a beautiful day. It's a little bit chilly, but thank you to all of our gate judges, our volunteers, course workers, everybody who is helping make this race run smoothly.
Got to put a little shout out to the Mount Lacrosse Ski Patrol as well. They are here from morning till night to ensure all of our racers and athletes are being safely cared for in the event that they need to be. And so we want to be sure and put a little shout out to the Mount Lacrosse Ski Patrol.
And again, our results are unofficial, but for the place winners, the top 5 boarders should go check out the all-state jackets. You can order an all-state jacket, and you can even try the jackets on and see what size you need in the boardroom in the chalet. So if you placed in the top 5, you can check out the all-state jackets and see if you'd like to order one. So You'll have to make time to go to the chalet into the boardroom. Attention all boarders, we are going to have the GS inspection, girls and boys. And that will start at 11:15 it says, but we'll double check and get back to you. All right, we'll have inspections starting at 11:45 for the GS. That will be girls and boys. Boarders will inspect the GS course starting at 11:45.
A little correction on the inspection time for the next race. Inspection begins at 11:15, not 11:45. So correction on that start time on the inspection, 11:15, with the race starting at 11:45. So 30 minutes for inspection beginning shortly at 11:15. Like to announce 3 disqualifications or DQs for the girls Boarder Crosse. They are bib 430 Lily Clement, bib 425 Chloe Rummel, bib 428 Michaela Trahan. Protest period will start and end now at 11:45. On the boys' side, bib 460 Evan Mathwig. 460 Evan Mathwig. We would like to take just a moment to thank some of our very special and amazing sponsors. Without their generous support, that this event would not be able to occur like it does. I'd like to thank the folks at Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, as well as First Supply, celebrating 125 years here in La Crosse. Very special support from them, as well as PG Investment Management, one of our other key sponsors. Mitsubishi Electric, Cooling and Heating, Darylin Power Cooperative, of course Mount La Crosse, and Gustav A. Larson here in La Crosse. Some of our key sponsors are many, many more we'll be mentioning throughout the day, but wanted to be sure and point out some of this special help we get from our local business community here in La Crosse and around the state. We'd also like to thank Quick Trip and Matthew Construction of Onalaska, as well as Seoul Alpine and the Dan Nagy Alpine Scholarship Program. Other local support comes from Fowler and Hammer, Brennan Marine, More Smiles, the Insurance Center, Badger, formerly Badger Corrugating, also one of our key sponsors, Potato King and the Hurlitskis, Trust Point, as well as the Midwest High School Ski Conference and ExploreLacrosse.com. So again, a special thank you to all of those great sponsors. Without your help, this event would not be what it is. 29 years of hosting the Wisconsin State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships here at Mount Lacrosse.
Let's do this.
Visit your Kohler signature store today.
We are getting closer and closer to beginning the next phase of our racing program here this morning. The girls' giant slalom will be getting ready shortly. Our forerunners are heading to the gate now to give us some preliminary look at this course. Getting our last painting done here by the mountain man, Wild Bill Patza, runs the best paint gun in town. Bringing that blue line all the way home. He's done it before. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a trained professional. This giant slalom race will be using all of Mount Lacrosse's downhill elevation or vertical drop. They're starting at the top from Thunderation and coming down here to the finish line. So we won't underestimate the amount of speed they get as they cross over this head wall as they get ready to race here today. They're gaining a lot of speed before they enter the front port of this course. Getting ready to send some forerunners here shortly for our girls' giant slalom. Our first forerunner is on course and across the head wall now.
It looks like a fast course, Rich. This will be kind of fun to watch, I think. Thank you to our forerunners. We don't have names, but thank you.
A little feel for the length of this course. That first snowboarder came through at 40.22. We have our second forerunner on the course. Checking out this giant slalom course as they leave from the top of Thunderation, come down towards the head wall.
And we're watching our second forerunner on this GS course for the Boarders. Looking good. Thank you again to our forerunners. And we have our third forerunner now on course. And we're watching our third forerunner make her way to the finish. And thanks again to our 3 forerunners.
Leading off our racers this morning, a junior from Waukesha, wearing bib 418. Leading off our girls' giant slalom here at the State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships, we've got Nicole Major. She's wearing bib 418, a junior from Waukesha, and she is out of the gate.
And if you're just joining us, we are doing the girls snowboard giant slalom race. Then that will be followed by the boys giant slalom. The ladies, we have 36 racers, and the guys, we have 59 racers. So stick around for some great boarding here. At the head wall, we have Nicole Major, a junior from Waukesha.
And Nicole crosses the finish line at 43.10, 43.1 for Nicole Major. On course now, bib 431, a senior from Marshfield. She's competing as an individual. This is Remy Kohler.
And we're watching bib 431, Remy Kohler, a senior from Marshfield, make her way toward the finish. In the start gate, we have 440, Sienna Whipperforth, a freshman from Wanakee. There's Remy Kohler finishing with a 41.46, 41.46. On course, bib 440, Sienna Whipperforth from Wanakee.
Sienna will be followed by Emma Smith, a freshman from Slinger. A beautiful sun-drenched course today here at Mount La Crosse as these boarders make their way to the finish line. Following that blue line to the finish, we've got Sienna in at 47.34, 47.34. Next on course, this is Emma Smith. Emma's a freshman from Slinger.
In the start, we have 425, Chloe Rummel, a freshman from West Bend. And we're watching Emma Smith, a freshman from Slinger, make her way to the finish. And here she comes. Emma Smith finishes with a 46.02, 46.02 for Emma. On course, 425, Chloe Rummel. And in the start, 435, Micah Lahala, a sophomore from Ashwa Bay.
Chloe had a little oops, but she's going to get up around that flag and get back on course. And here comes Chloe to finish up. She made her hike and got back into the game, and Chloe is at 1.13.67.
And now on course, we have bib 402, Chloe Larson. Chloe is a junior from Middleton. I'm not sure if we had a did not start with bib 435, but we will find out. And there's Chloe Larson clearing the head wall. That was bib 402, Chloe Larson finishing with a 42.82, 42.82. And that's the end of our first seed for the girls giant slalom. Next we have bib 427, Samantha Schaefer, a senior from West Bend, on course. And looks like Samantha's having a little trouble, but she's back up and back on course.
Samantha will be followed by Emma Chandler, a senior from Middleton. Samantha had a little oops, but she comes across the line at 51.1, 51.10 for Samantha Schaefer. On course now.
Bib 401, Emma Chandler, a senior from Middleton, is in the start. We have a slight pause for a little panel repair here. Again, a big thank you to all of our volunteers today. We have course workers, gatekeepers, we have timers, we have a lot of volunteers inside. We just want to say thank you to everybody for helping us run this 3-day state championship event.
On course now from Middleton, she's a senior, bib 401, Emma Chandler.
And that's Emma coming over the head wall. She's bib number 401, Emma Chandler.
Emma will be followed by Nicole Long, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines. And Emma crosses the line at 43.91. 43.91 unofficially puts her in 4th position. Next up on course is Nicole Long. Nicole from Rhinelander Northland Pines, a sophomore. Nicole will be followed by McKinley DeLong, a sophomore from Slinger.
And we're watching 433, Nicole Long clear the head wall. Nicole, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines. We are in the 2nd seed of the girls snowboard GS.
Nicole crosses the finish line at 52.87. 52.87 for Nicole Long. On course now, McKinley DeLong from Slinger.
And there she is, bib 410, McKinley DeLong clearing the head wall. She's a sophomore from Slinger. She'll be followed by bib 432, Micah Lahila, a freshman from Ashland. And McKinley DeLong finishes with a time of 46.56, 46.56. Now on course, we have bib 432, Micah Lahila, a freshman from Ashland.
Watching these boarders do everything they can to keep those boards on edge. A flat board is not a good thing in a race course, so keeping them on edge and making the shortest distance from gate to gate is what they're attempting to do here. She's got a good line, staying tight to those gates and heading strong towards the finish line with a time of 48.53, 48.53, unofficial 8th position for Mika.
Our next racer, is 421, Leah Walters, a senior from Waukesha. And in the start will be bib 429, one of our local racers, Santana Carranza, junior from La Crosse Central, Logan. Clearing the head wall is Leah Walters from Waukesha.
Leah's committed to this finish line, and across the finish line she goes at 46.69. 46.69, unofficial 7th position so far here this morning.
On course 429, Santana Carranza, a junior from the La Crosse Central Logan team. She's cleared the head wall. Here she comes. Following her will be bib 439, Brooklyn Waldner, a senior from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. Here comes Santana Carranza to the finish. And Santana's time is a 46.53, 46.53.
On course now, bib number 439, a senior from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. Brooklyn Waldner crosses the head wall and onto the lower portion of the course here. Looks like she's got a nice line.
Now, the Western Conference only had 3 female boarders this year. Hopefully we can build up the team, but these ladies are doing a great job. Brooklyn Waldner to the finish. Her time was a 44.40, 44.40. And our final racer for our second seed is bib 436, Kira Olson, a sophomore from Columbus.
Kira skiing as an individual and a sophomore this year. They've got a little dark light transition, as you've noticed. The top half of the course a little bit dark, and then they approach this sun-drenched section on the bottom, so a little adjustment there. Lots of mental toughness involved to keep this thing headed downhill, and when you move from the dark to the light, there's a little transition there for your eyes to go through, so it doesn't look like they're having a ton of trouble with that. Kira's making her way to the finish line, moving easily from heel side, toe side as she comes across the line here at 53.63 for Kira Olson from Columbus. First skier in seed number 3 wearing bib 413, a junior from Slinger. This is Ava Stortz.
And there she is at
Ava
the head
had a
wall.
little trouble at the head wall.
Coming in hot there, but Ava regains her balance and she's back on course. In the start, we have bib 420, Morgan Reikus, a senior from Waukesha. So Ava Stortz manages to get her balance back and making her way toward the finish.
A little oops, but she got back in position nicely, and Ava comes across the line at 51.05. 51.05. On course now, bib 420 from Waukesha. This is Morgan Rakes.
And that's Morgan at the head wall. She'll be followed by bib 438, Kaylee Reinick, a junior from Oregon. So we are watching bib 420, Morgan Rakes or Reikus, we're not sure, but she's a senior from Waukesha.
And here comes Morgan across the finish line with a time of 48.64. 48.64 for Morgan Rakes. Up next, Kaylee Reinick, a junior from Oregon.
Kaylee will be followed by one of our local racers, 434, Tennyson Makepeace, a freshman from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team. Kaylee Reinick at the head wall right now. We're about midway through our third seed of the girls snowboard giant slalom as Kaylee Reinick makes her way to the finish. And Kaylee's time is a 1.03.25, 1.03.25.
On course now, a local lady from Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem. She's a freshman this year. This is Tennyson Makepeace.
In the gate, we have 437, Sophia Parkinson, a junior from Hartford. And we are watching bib number 434, Tennyson Makepeace, on course. And here she finishes. Tennyson Makepeace's time is a 1.01.78, 1.01.78.
On course now and across the head wall, a junior from Hartford, Sophia Parkinson.
And Sophia Parkinson looking good on this GS course. In the gate, we have 4:30 Lily Clement, a sophomore from Sturgeon Bay. Here comes Sophia Parkinson to the finish. Her time is a 44.85, 44.85.
Unofficial 6th place for Sophia. She put some hustle on it. On course now, Lily Clement.
And bib 4:30 Lily Clement is at the head wall. In the gate, we have 4:03 Lauren Laufenberg, a senior from Middleton. And rounding out our third seed, we'll have 4:26 Brianna Schauble from West Bend. Here comes bib 4:30 Lily Clement from Sturgeon Bay. Lily's time is a 56.71, 56.71.
On course now from Middleton, bib 403, Lauren Laufenberg. Lauren rounds the corner here coming into the head wall. Lauren's a senior. This will be her last GS race at Mount Lacrosse.
And as Lauren approaches the finish, at the start we have Brianna Schauble. Lauren Laufenberg finishes with a time of 47.61, 47.61. And our final racer for the third seed is 4:26 Brianna Schauble, a sophomore from West Bend.
It looks like Brianna had a little oops, but she's back on course and is rounding into the headwall section now, into the front pitch of this White House course as she comes down towards the finish line.
Starting out our fourth seed, we'll have bib 409 Delaney Braun in the gate. And here comes Brianna Schauble to the finish. And Brianna's time is a 1.02.46, 1.02.46.
And across the headwall is Delaney Braun. She's a junior from Slinger. Doing everything they can to get down this course in as straight a fashion as possible, keeping those boards on edge. She's got the longboard set up here. Coming through the finish line, Delaney Braun finishes the course in 45.80, 45.8.
Now on course is 4:24 Samantha Caston, a senior from West Bend. And she's approaching the headwall.
Samantha will be followed by Madison Hosley from Waukesha.
This is Samantha Caston's final race for the GS at Mount Lacrosse State Championship. Here she comes. 4:24 Samantha Caston finishes with a 49.19, 49.19. On course is 4:16 Madison Hosley, a senior from Waukesha.
Following Madison will be Abigail Utter from Middleton. And across the finish line for Madison Hosley at 50.04, 50.04. On course now from Middleton, this is Abigail Utter.
And Abigail Utter will be our final racer for our fourth seed. Starting the fifth seed will be bib 415 Ava Colias from Waukesha. At the headwall, Abigail Utter from Middleton. Here comes Abigail Utter, finishing with a 57.71, 57.71. Starting out our fifth seed is bib 415, Ava Colias from Waukesha.
And she's across the head wall, representing Waukesha.
Our next racer will be bib 423, Tabia Gisponer, a senior from West Bend. She is in the gate.
And Ava's time is 49.23, 49.23 for Ava Colias from Waukesha. On course now, Tabia Gisponer from West Bend. She's just approaching the head wall.
In the start, we have bib 405, Grace Repsch, a sophomore from Middleton. At the head wall, 423, Tabia Gisponer from West Bend.
Tabia showing some good confidence on that board as she approaches the finish line. Let's see what she shoots for a time here at 46.93. 46.93 for Tabia. And on course now is Grace Repsch from Middleton.
And following Grace will be bib 414, Callie Weyer from Slinger. She is in the start. At the head wall is Grace Repsch from Middleton. Just a reminder that when we are finished with the girls GS, we'll follow up with the boys GS. And then we still have one race to go today, the slalom for both girls and boys. Here she comes, Grace Repsch to the finish. Her time is a 1.06.26. 1.06.26.
On course now from Slinger, this is Callie Weyer. She's a junior, wearing bib 414.
And here she comes to the finish, 414, Callie Weyer, a junior from Slinger. Callie's time, 47.47, 47.47. Starting out our sixth seed, we have bib 419, Elizabeth Pofall, a sophomore from Waukesha. At the head wall, we are watching Elizabeth Pofall from Waukesha. In the start, we have bib 407, Kate Williams, a sophomore from Middleton. Here she comes, 419. Elizabeth Pofall finishes with a 59.79, 59.79 for Elizabeth.
On course now, a sophomore from Middleton, we have Kate Williams.
We have 3 racers left for the ladies' giant slalom snowboard race for the day. At the head wall, we're looking at 407, Kate Williams from Middleton. In the start, bib 428, Michaela Trahan, a senior from West Bend. And approaching the finish is Kate Williams from Middleton. Kate's time, 1.15.44. 1.15.44.
On course now from West Bend, wearing bib 428, a senior, Michaela Trahan.
And our final racer for the girls' GS will be bib 411, Sydney Quebecus from Slinger. Here comes 428, Michaela Trahan toward the finish. Michaela's time is a 50.32, 50.32. Our final racer is on course, bib 411, Sydney Quebecus, a sophomore from Slinger, at the head wall.
Slinger always in the hunt for the team title here, and they've done well over the years at the both ski and snowboard tournament. And here is our last racer from Slinger, Sydney Quebecus. And that rounds out our GS snowboarder girls at 50.93 for Sydney Quebecus. Our time 50.93.
We have some unofficial results, so we'll just tell you those. The top 10 in first, unofficially, we have Remy Kohler. Second, Chloe Larson from Middleton. Third, Nicole Major from Waukesha. Fourth place, Emma Chandler from Middleton. Fifth place, Brooklyn Waldner from the AOWS squad. Sixth place, Sophia Parkinson from Hartford. Seventh, Delaney Braun from Slinger. Eighth, Emma Smith from Slinger. Ninth, Santana Carranza from La Crosse Central Logan. And in 10th spot, McKinley DeLong from Slinger. Remember, these are unofficial results, but reminder that the top 5 place winners, snowboarders, should go check out the All-State jacket and see if you'd like to order one. They are available in the race office, which is in the boardroom right inside the chalet to the right. And you can try on jackets and see if it's something you'd like to order. So all the top 5 place winners may go in and check out the All-State jacket.
Like to thank, take a moment just to thank some of the Wisconsin Interscholastic Alpine Racing Association Steering Committee members. From our Northern Ski District, we've got Rod Olson. From the Northern Snowboard group, we've got Leo Dunleavy. We'd also like to thank Leo for his help in timing. Bob Butler from the Southern Snowboard and Ski. Got John Seipman from Midwestern area, the Milwaukee area. And we've got Paul Bullis from Metro Milwaukee on the snowboard side. And John Moore from La Crosse here represents the Western section with snowboard and ski. So we do want to certainly thank those steering committees and Steve Mickelson, the presiding officer of the Wisconsin Interscholastic Alpine Racing Association. Lots and lots of preliminary work goes into this event. Lots of Zoom calls, lots of emails, lots of things happening before we show up to ski. So those are the people that make this thing happen throughout the year.
And I'd like to thank Rich Rice here, and I'm Amy Schwartz. We are doing the announcing for the next few days, and we apologize if we mispronounce your name, but we're doing the best we can, and we're having a good time here in the White House. It finally warmed up, and it's quite pleasant in here, actually, so we're doing all right. We want to thank people inside, our race administrators, Kathy Freis and Kelly Soderbach. Chief of Race, as Rich mentioned, Steve Mickelson. We'll have a chief of course tomorrow, Fritz Leinfelder, technical delegate Marcy Iverson. Again, in the race office, in the apparel sales, I help out Sue Blusky and my sister Kelly Mickelson. They're in there. If you want to order or get some awesome swag from the state meet, you can help yourself and buy a sweatshirt, long sleeve tee, beanie. We've got it all in there. I want to thank Mount La Crosse, of course, for hosting. Todd Shiney, our owner, Darcy Bridle, Tom Raisler, Jason Barney, and Jenny Blake. We also want to thank our meet production crew of PT Timing, Interstate Sound, La Crosse County Convention and Visitors Bureau. We wanted to thank the Wisconsin All-State Ski and Snowboard team, Director Rod Olson, and coaches Sam Grody and George Lumans. Again, as Rich said, we want to thank the Mount La Crosse Ski Patrol, who are on hand and doing a great job. We also want to thank our photographer. He's on the hill all day, every day, and he's waving to you right now, Steve Davis from Aperture. And he takes beautiful pictures. You can check them out online. They're beautiful, beautiful. So thanks very much to Steve Davis. We also want to thank our referees, Rod Wilson and Tom Groskoff, our chief gate judge, Scott Finch, and Dad Animus. And we're almost ready to get going with the Boys GS. And here we go. We're ready for racing. We have AJ George on course, bib 489. He's our first racer. And he is a junior from Waukesha, making his way through this course. In the start, we have 465 Robert Erickson, a senior from Middleton. AJ's time is a nice 36.33. 36.33. Now on course, bib number 465, Robert Erickson from Middleton. In the start, we have bib 461, Alban Pitts from Madison Area Co-op. And that's Robert Erickson at the head wall, doing a nice job with this GS course. Robert Erickson, 465, a senior from Middleton, finishing with a time of 42.95. 42.95 for Robert. On course 461, Alban Pitts, a senior from Madison Area Co-op. Alban is at the head wall. In the start, we have 482, Grayson Kruger, a senior from Slinger. So we have 59 boy boarders to watch today. Here's our third one, Alban Pitts, making his way to the finish. Alban's time is 46.62. 46.62. On course 482, Grayson Kruger, a senior from Slinger. And that's Grayson at the head wall. In the start, we have bib 471, Max Durkee, a junior from Rhinelander, Northland Pines. Here comes bib 482, Grayson Kruger to the finish. Grayson's time is a 41.44. 41.44. On course 471, Max Durkee from the Rhinelander Northland Pines team. In the start, we have bib 500, Johnny Mundell, a sophomore from West Bend.
It's like Johnny had a little oops there. Sorry, Max had a little oops there.
Max Durkee back on course here, bib 471, the junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines, making his way to the finish. And Max's time is a 49.12. 49.12 for Max.
On course now, bib number 500, a sophomore from West Bend. This is Johnny Mundell.
He'll be followed by bib 449, Luke Koch, a sophomore from the La Crosse Central Logan team. Here comes Johnny Mundell making his way to the finish.
Johnny's putting a good run down, it looks like, today. Johnny comes across the line at 39.47. 39.47 for Johnny Mundell. On course now, Luke Koch from Central Logan. He's a sophomore.
In the start, 457, Hunter Wenzel, a junior from Hartford. Just clearing the head wall is our local racer, Luke Koch from La Crosse Central Logan.
And Luke comes across the finish line at 41.72 early in the race, but unofficially puts him at fourth position. On course now, a junior from Hartford, Hunter Wenzel.
That's Hunter at the head wall. In the start, we have bib 494, Zachary King, a sophomore from Wanakee. He'll be followed by another local racer, 443, Cooper Calloway, a senior from the AOWS squad. Here comes Hunter Wenzel to the finish. Hunter's time is a 40.42. 40.42.
Cooper Calloway on course now, a senior from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. Zachary King on course right now. Sorry, my mistake. 494, Zach King. Zach got a little oops. Still in course. He regroups and gets back up. And Zachary crosses the finish line at 50.69. On course now, let's keep our eyes on Cooper Calloway. He's a senior, so his last GS race, he has just been smoking here for the last 4 years, making that board really rip. So here comes Cooper.
That's Cooper Calloway at the head wall. It's been fun to watch him race all season. He's been doing a nice job. In the start, we have 504 Quinn Godfrey, a junior from Ashwa Bay.
Cooper's determined to hit that finish line with a vengeance, and he comes across the line at 36.46. 36.46 for Cooper Calloway. On course now from Ashwa Bay, this is Quinn Godfrey. Little gate fix here first before we send Quinn.
So far, the time to beat is AJ George's 36.33 unofficially, and Cooper Calloway's 36.46. Some really fast racing. It'll be interesting to see what happens in our second seed. Finishing up our first seed will be 504 Quinn Godfrey.
Course repair has been complete, and we are going to send Bib 504, Quinn Godfrey. Quinn's on course. Quinn will be followed by our number 1 skier in seed 2. That's Nolan Ament.
At the head wall is bib number 504, Quinn Godfrey, a junior from Ashwa Bay.
And Quinn's time, 49.26, unofficial 10th position for Quinn Godfrey. On course now from Waukesha. He's a senior this year. This is Nolan Ament.
Following Nola will be one of our local racers, bib 448, Logan Bolin from La Crosse Central Logan. We're watching 485, Nolan Ament, a senior from Waukesha.
And Nolan's time, 40.78, 40.78 for an unofficial number 5 position. On course now from Central Logan, this is Logan Boland.
And here comes Logan Boland making his way to the finish. Bib 448, Logan's time, 45.43, 45.43.
On course now, a sophomore from Hartford, Jackson St. Antoine.
In the start is 442, Bodie Calloway, a freshman from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. At the head wall is 455, Jackson St. Antoine.
And Jackson's time, 41.84. 41.84 for Jackson St. Antoine. And next up, with just a short hold, we're going to be seeing Bodie Calloway, brother of Cooper and Bodie, are brothers, I should say, the Flying Calloway brothers. And Bodie's on course, just approaching the top part of the head wall here. And Bodie drops into the front half of the course here. The only year these two will be able to ski together. One's a senior, one's a freshman. Bodie doing a nice job on this course as he approaches the finish line with a time of 36.72, 36.72, unofficial third position.
And that puts him right behind his big brother, Cooper Calloway. Very good racing, tight racing today. I want to thank a nice shout out to Angela Calloway, too. She's been helping out all season with racing.
This is bib 484, Ethan Smith on course.
I just want to say we appreciate all of our volunteers, all of our parents. And this is 484, Ethan Smith from Slinger on course. He's a senior. Here he comes to the finish. Ethan Smith's time is a 39.96, 39.96.
A little panel repair up on the top portion of the course. We'll take just a brief pause, but the next racer, a sophomore from Sturgeon Bay, competing as an individual. Next up will be bib 503, Tristan Brilla. And Tristan Brilla is on course, bib 503. Tristan will be followed by a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines, Owen Rapenchek. Tristan on the front side of the course here.
And we're about halfway through our second seed of the boys snowboard giant slalom. We're watching Tristan Brilla make his way to the finish. And here he comes. Tristan Brilla finishes with a time of 47.09, 47.09.
On course now, it's Owen Rapenchik, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines, bib 475.
And there he is at the head wall, Owen Rapenchik. In the start, we have 463, Jackson Walling, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op.
And Owen heads to the finish line. Owen's time, 46.77. 46.77 for Owen Rapenchik. On course now from Madison Area Co-op, this is Jackson Walling.
And there's Jackson at the head wall. In the start, we have 466, Max Marquardt, a senior from Middleton. We're looking at 453, Jackson Walling, 463, Jackson Walling, a senior from Madison Area Co-op, approach the finish.
And Jackson's time, 46.03, 46.03 for Jackson Walling. On course now from Middleton, Max Marquardt.
That's bib 466, Max Marquardt clearing the head wall. In the start, we have 497, Ethan Benedict, a senior from West Bend. And unfortunately, Max having a little trouble on course, but he'll get back up and get a finish for his team. And he's back in action, 466, Max Marquardt, senior from Middleton, looking for a finish for his team. In the start, 497, Ethan Benedict, a senior from West Bend. Max Marquardt finishes with a time of 1.01.65, 1.01.65. Now on course, 497, Ethan Benedict.
Ethan's a senior this year, so he's got one last push here at the state high school ski and snowboard race.
And rounding out our second seed will be bib 493, Charlie King, a sophomore from Wanakee. He is in the start.
Ethan approaches the finish line, and Ethan's time is 40.64, unofficial 7th position for Ethan Benedict. On course now from Wanakee, he's a sophomore. This is Charlie King. After Charlie's run, we'll be moving into our 3rd seed. Charlie had a little spin out there, but he's working hard to get to that blue gate. Never easy to go back uphill on a snowboard. They are definitely designed to go downhill and not up.
And here he comes to the finish, Charlie King from Wanakee. Charlie's time is a 56.08, 56.08. Now we begin our 3rd seed of the boys snowboard giant slalom. Our first racer is 495 Gregory Nicholson, a sophomore from Wanakee.
Greg will be followed by Alex Wilson, a senior from Middleton.
That's Gregory Nicholson at the head wall. Bib 495. And we are in the 3rd seed.
And Greg's time, 56.22. Gregory's time, 56.22. On course now from Middleton, he's a senior. Bib 470. Across the head wall, this is Alex Wilson.
In the start, we have Bib 502 Michael Spangenberg, a senior from West Bend. And remember, we have more racing to come after the GS. We're going to do women's slalom and then men's slalom to round out our first day of the state championships. Here comes Alex Wilson. His time is a 46.74, 46.74.
On course now from West Bend, Bib 502, Michael Spangenberg. Michael staying committed to his line. Tight to those gates. And Michael's time, 43.68, 43.68. On course now, a senior from Madison Area Co-op, Tristan Furseth.
In the start, we have 456 Mason Weimer, a freshman from Hartford. At the head wall is Tristan Furseth, a senior from Madison Area Co-op. We're watching Tristan Furseth make his way toward the finish. He's our senior from Madison Area Co-op. Tristan's time is at 53.05. 53.05. We have a slight pause for a little panel repair. And we'll get back into action with 456 Mason Weimer, a freshman from Hartford, in the start.
Mason's on course and approaching the head wall. Mason's first GS race here at Mount Lacrosse as a high school state competitor. Mason's going to be followed by Sam Lone, a junior from Central Logan.
We are about halfway through our 3rd seed of the boys snowboard GS. Here comes Mason Weimer to the finish. Mason's time is a 42.69, 42.69.
On course now from La Crosse. He's a junior representing Central Logan. This is Sam Lone.
In the start, we have 505 Jack Hom, a junior from Luther, as racing as an individual. At the head wall, 451, Sam Lown, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan on course.
He's even wearing the red and white colors of the Central Logan team. And across the finish line, Sam's at 58.12, 58.12.
Now on course, bib 505, Jack Hom, a junior from Luther High School.
And Jack will be followed in the gate by Isaac DeWalt, a senior from Slinger.
And we are watching Jack Hom make his way through these gates. And remember, we have seed 4, 5, and 6 left of the GS, and then we'll follow it with slalom. Here comes Jack Hom. His time 46.92, 46.92.
On course right now on the top portion is Isaac DeWalt, a senior from Slinger, bib 479. Time to beat AJ George at 36.33.
In the start, we have 491, Noah Steinke, a sophomore from Waukesha. And following him will be 447, Gabriel Schelfout from the AOWS team. Here comes Isaac DeWalt, a senior from Slinger, finishing with a 40.62, 40.62.
Nice time for Isaac. On the course now, Noah Steinke.
That's Noah at the head wall. And in the start, we have 447, Gabe Schelfout, a senior from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. Noah Steinke from Waukesha on course.
And Noah comes across the finish line with a time of 44.13, 44.13 for Noah Steinke, sophomore from Waukesha. On course now, Gabriel Schelfout from La Crosse, Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem.
And rounding out our third seed will be bib 477, Isaiah Willoughby, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines. And we are watching Gabe Schelfout make his way through this course, a senior from the AOWS team.
Gabe on the home court here, and Gabe crosses the finish line at 51.73, 51.73. On course now from Rhinelander Northern Pines is Isaiah Willoughby.
Bib 477, Isaiah Willoughby making his way to the finish. The sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines finishes with a time of 47.50, 47.50. We're going to get started with our fourth seed, bib 492, Cole Gascho, a freshman from Wanakee.
Cole will be followed by Ryder Will from Rhinelander Northland Pines. He's a freshman.
That's Cole Gascho from Wanakee at the head wall.
And Cole's approaching the finish line. And Cole's time, 1.00.64 for Cole Gashko from Wanakee.
Now on course 476, Ryder Will, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Ryder will be followed by Zach Ravord from Middleton.
Here comes Ryder across the head wall into our front approach here. It's got some good daylight. No visibility trouble out here. A little darker on the top portion of the course, but certainly bright and sunny down here. They make their way through those red and blue gates, streamlining away to the finish line. First state high school meet for Ryder. And across the finish line at 49.50, 49.50.
Now on course, bib 468, Zach Revord from Middleton. This will be his final race as he is a senior at Middleton. And there he is at the head wall, 468, Zach Revord.
And Zach will be followed by Milo Graffin from Madison Area Co-op.
Bib 468, Zach Revord to the finish. And Zach's time is a 54.83, 54.83. On course is 4:59. Milo Graffin, a sophomore from the Madison Area Co-op team.
Milo will be followed by Caleb St. Antoine from Hartford. Milo doing a good job in the front port of this course. And Milo crosses the finish line at 51.71. 51.71 for Milo. On course now is Caleb St. Antoine from Hartford.
And that's Caleb at the head wall. In the start, we have 498, Kieran Doherty, a sophomore from West Bend. Caleb cutting it a little close on that red panel, but they'll have to hike up to continue racing. And Caleb is back on course. He's bib 454, a sophomore from Hartford. Caleb St. Antoine. And there he goes. Caleb's time is a 1.05.66, 1.05.66. Next on course is 498, Kieran Doherty, a sophomore from West Bend.
And Kieran's on course. We just couldn't ask for better racing conditions today, Amy. It's just about as good as it gets. Nice firm snow, bright sun. We're looking pretty good here today at Mount Lacrosse.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day, and the snow is holding up really well. The course looks really good. So, yeah, we're lucky to have that. Tomorrow's going to be a little warmer, but we'll see what that brings. Here's Kieran Doherty coming to the finish.
And Kieran crosses the finish line at 43.18. 43.18 for Kieran Doherty from West Bend. On course now from Central Logan, Dominic Kryling. Dominic's a junior this year, and he's ski boarding at his home hill here at Mount Lacrosse.
That's Dominic Kryling, a junior from Lacrosse Central Logan at the head wall. In the start, we have bib 490, David Latka, a senior from Waukesha. Here comes Dominic Kryling to the finish. Dominic's time is a 56.31, 56.31.
On course now from Waukesha, he's a senior. This is David Latka. He's approaching the head wall. Bib 490.
And in the start, 445, Jacob Mighty, a sophomore from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. Following Jacob will be Luke Schmidt from Slinger. Oh, looks like David had a little trouble almost in the same spot as Caleb did, but he's got to hike back up and get a finish for his team. All right, let's hear it for David Latka, our senior from Waukesha, hiking back up and get a team finish here. He's bib number 490. David Latka finishes with a 1.18.51. 1.18.51. Here comes Jacob Mighty close on his heels here. Jacob Mighty finishing with a time of 46.49. 46.49.
On course now from Slinger. He's a sophomore. Bib 483, Luke Schmidt. Luke will be followed by Paul Maroc, leader of Seed 5.
So at the head wall, we're watching Luke Schmidt, a sophomore from Slinger. He'll be our final racer in our 4th seed.
And here comes Luke across the finish line. 41.63 puts Luke on officially in the 11th position here this afternoon. 41.63 on course now from Middleton. This is Paul Maroc.
Following Paul is going to be 481, Gabe Quebecus, a senior from Slinger. And there's Paul Maroc at the head wall. .467, Paul Maroc finishes with a time of 53.55. 53.55.
On course now is Gabe Quebecus, a senior from Slinger. Gabe just rounding across the head wall here and into the front pitch of this GS race.
In the start, we have 446, one of our local racers, Matthew Peterson, a senior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. And we're watching Gabe Quebecus approach the finish.
Gabe had a pretty good run in the Boarder Crosse as well. Gabe comes across the line as 43.67. 43.67 for Gabe Quebecus. On course now from AOWS, this is Matthew Peterson.
And that's Matthew Peterson at the head wall. A shout out to his dad, John, for helping us out with all of our conference races this year. Thank you for your computer skills. And we're looking at 446, Matthew Peterson on course.
And Matt's time is 53.52 for Matthew Peterson. He'll be followed by Matt Burr, a senior from Waukesha.
In the start, we have bib 473, Reese Frisk, or Friske, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Bib 486 is on course, Matt Burr. And Matt's time, 42.41, unofficially puts him in 14th position. 42.41 for Matt. Next up on course, 473, Reese Friskeo from Rhinelander Northland Pines. We're going to say it different every time. Sorry, Reese.
We're just going to make up stuff. Anyway, 473, Reese Frisk from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Making his way through this course. In the start, we have bib 460, Evan Mathwig, sophomore from the Madison area co-op team. Here comes Reese toward the finish.
And Reese crosses over at 52.35. 52.35 for bib 473. On course now, it's Evan Mathwig from the Madison Area Co-op. He's a sophomore.
And that's Evan at the head wall. In the start, we have 496 Gavin Bayer, a junior from West Bend. And then he'll be followed by 453 Landon Engebretson, a sophomore from Hartford. So this is Evan Mathwig on course.
And Evan's time, 58.43. 58.43 for Evan Mathwig. On course now, a junior from West Bend, Gavin Bayer.
And rounding out our fifth seed will be 453 Landon Engebretson. In the start, just over the head wall, 496 Gavin Bayer from West Bend.
And Gavin comes across at 45.01. 45.01 for Gavin Bayer. On course now is Landon Engebretson from Hartford. He's a freshman, first trip to the state meet.
Starting off our sixth seed will be bib 478 Jack Bullis, a sophomore from Slinger. And we're watching 453 Landon Engebretson, a sophomore or a freshman from Hartford.
And Landon crosses the finish line at 48.04. 48.04 for Landon Engebretson. First skier in seed 6, Jack Bullis has a little oops there, but he's up and at him. He's a sophomore from Slinger.
In the start, we have 464 Braden Conwell from Middleton. And here comes Jack Bullis toward the finish. Jack's time is a 44.29, 44.29 for Jack Bullis. On course, 464 Braden Conwell, a junior from Middleton.
Braden will be followed by Gavin Albrecht, a freshman from Hartford.
At the head wall is 464 Braden Conwell from Middleton. We are in the sixth seed of the Boarders GS.
And Braden crosses the finish line at 51.26. 51.26 on course now from Hartford, Gavin Albrecht.
And that's Gavin at the head wall. In the start, we have 501 John Sipe, a senior from West Bend.
And Gavin's time, 45.25. 45.25 for Gavin Albrecht. On course now, we've got John Sipe. John is a senior from West Bend.
That's John Sipe clearing the head wall. In the start is 487 Chris DeCourt, a sophomore from Waukesha. And here comes bib 501 John Sipe, a senior from West Bend, to the finish. And John's time is a 45.40. 45.40. On course, 487 Chris DeCourt from Waukesha.
Chris will be followed by Ryan Boone, a senior from AOWS.
Bib 4 87, Chris DeCourt has a little trouble in that spot. That's been a tricky spot for a number of boarders, but he's back up and back on course to get a finish for his team. In the start, 441, Ryan Boone, a senior from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. Here comes Chris DeCourt to the finish. Chris's time, 1.07.58, 1.07.58. We're looking at 441, Ryan Boone on course.
And Ryan crosses the finish line at 43.29. 43.29 for Ryan Boone.
We have 2 racers left for the boys GS. 472, Brady Frisk, and 462, Connor Scrum. We'll have 472, Brady Frisk, or Friske, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines, just out of the start. We're watching 472, Brady Frisk on course, and in the start is 462, Connor Scrum.
And coming across the line with a time of 51.62 for Brady Frisk from Rhinelander Northland Pines, our final GS racer here in the boys division from Madison Area Co-op. He's on course now, Connor Scrum. Connor comes into the headwall area here.
Here comes our final GS racer, 462, Connor Scrum, finishing with a 54.69, 54.69. And that concludes our boys Boarder GS for the day. We're going to finish up the day with Slalom, and we'll get the official time for the inspection as soon as we know, and we'll let you know. But some good racing today in the GS. Our fastest time was AJ George's 36.33, followed by Cooper Calloway with 36.46, followed by Bodie Calloway with 36.72. In fourth, Johnny Mundell, 39.47. In fifth, Ethan Smith, 39.96. In sixth, Hunter Wenzel, 40.42. In seventh, Isaac DeWalt, 40.62. In eighth, Ethan Benedict, 40.64. And ninth, Nolan Ament with a 40.78. And in 10, we have Grayson Kruger with a 41.44. These are unofficial at this point, but this is what we have for our results as of now. Some solid racing here at Mount Lacrosse. We're going to take a slight pause for the boarders to look at the slalom course as soon as it's set, and then we'll get back to you with times. Just a quick announcement that we do not have any DQs to announce for the GS races. We do not have any DQs to announce.
Ladies and gentlemen, athletes and racers, please note we're going to adjust the schedule just a little bit here today since we're running so smoothly. Course inspection for the girls' slalom will begin at 2 p.m. So whatever your schedule says is now no longer accurate. It will begin at 2 p.m. Forerunners will board at 2:30 p.m. So course inspection beginning in approximately a half an hour at 2 p.m. For both boys and girls slalom, course inspection will open at 2 p.m. today instead of 2:30. Moving things ahead just a little bit, please communicate that to your teams and athletes.
What do a 20-ounce Coca-Cola and a quick trip take-home meal have in common? Besides that they're both delicious, they earn you chances to win a brand new Chevy Tahoe in our Coca-Cola Scratch Game. They play the Scratch Game in your Quick Rewards app, and you can win a Chevy Tahoe or other great prizes. Play for free daily in your Quick Rewards app, or purchase any quick trip take-home meal, 20-ounce Coca-Cola, or Smart Water to receive even more chances to play and win. Play the Coca-Cola Scratch Game today, and you can eat, drink, and scratch your way behind the wheel of a new Chevy Tahoe.
Hi. I don't know where to start.
Oh yeah, we can help.
Visit your Gerhardt's Kitchen and Bath store today.
Does your home require a window AC unit to cool spaces during spring and summer? Are you reluctant to start up your home's boiler system in those spring and fall transitional months? Mitsubishi Electric's revolutionary heat pump systems can provide energy-efficient heating and cooling for continuous year-round comfort. Perfect for homes with existing boiler-based central heating systems. Starting a boiler system for the first time in a season requires a lot of energy and time to build heat within the home. The warm days and cold nights of the spring and fall transitional months can spell problems for homeowners, as it's not continuously cold enough to turn on the boiler, leaving homes uncomfortable. When operating, boiler systems burn a fuel, often wood, gas, or oil, to heat water within a closed-loop circulation system. Once the water is heated, an electric pump circulates the hot water to radiators in parts of the home. Boilers work most efficiently when they are continuously heating and moving the hot water throughout the house. Mitsubishi Electric's heat pump technology and our zoned comfort solutions are true dual heating solutions that save energy and can reduce the load requirement of your existing boiler system, adding years of service life before replacement is needed. Our ultra-efficient
Visit your Kohler signature store today.
do a 20-ounce Coca-Cola and a quick trip take-home meal have in common? Besides that they're both delicious, they earn you chances to win a brand new Chevy Tahoe in our Coca-Cola scratch game. They play the scratch game in your Quick Rewards app, and you can win a Chevy Tahoe or other great prizes. Play for free daily in your Quick Rewards app, or purchase any quick trip take-home meal, 20-ounce Coca-Cola, or Smart Water to receive even more chances to play and win. Play the Coca-Cola scratch game today, and you can eat, drink, and scratch your way behind the wheel of a new Chevy Tahoe.
Hi. I don't know where to start.
Oh yeah, we can help.
Visit your Gerhard's Kitchen and Bath store today.
Does your home require a window AC unit to cool spaces during spring and summer? Are you reluctant to start up your home's boiler system in those spring and fall transitional months? Mitsubishi Electric's revolutionary heat pump systems can provide energy-efficient heating and cooling for continuous year-round comfort. Perfect for homes with existing boiler-based central heating systems. Starting a boiler system for the first time in a season requires a lot of energy and time to build heat within the home. The warm days and cold nights of the spring and fall transitional months can spell problems for homeowners, as it's not continuously cold enough to turn on the boiler, leaving homes uncomfortable. When operating, boiler systems burn a fuel, often wood, gas, or oil, to heat water within a closed-loop circulation system. Once the water is heated, an electric pump circulates the hot water to radiators in parts of the home. Boilers work most efficiently when they are continuously heating and moving the hot water throughout the house. Mitsubishi Electric's heat pump technology and our zoned comfort solutions are true dual heating solutions that save energy and can reduce the load requirement of your existing boiler system, adding years of service life before replacement is needed. Our ultra-efficient heat pump systems consist of an indoor air handling unit and an outdoor condensing unit. Together, they work to efficiently transfer the desired cooling energy in the spring and summer, or heating energy in the fall and winter, without burning fossil fuels. For those requiring high-performance heating in even colder temperatures, our expert engineers have developed Hyperheating H2i. Hyperheating H2i uses our enhanced compressor technology to continue extracting heat energy even when the true outdoor temperatures reach below zero. Each system features true air filtration with whisper-quiet operation to improve the air quality of your home, while our no ductwork installation allows you to retain the use of all the windows in your home year-round. For close to 100 years, Mitsubishi Electric has built a global reputation on quality and reliability. Our innovations continue to make cooling and heating more efficient, comfortable, and healthy. For more information on our next-generation heat pump systems, please visit us online at MitsubishiComfort.com. Mitsubishi Electric. Make yourself comfortable.
let's do this.
Visit your Kohler signature store today.
course inspection remains open for approximately 15 minutes for both boys and girls slalom, starting at approximately 2:30. So course inspection continues to remain open for about another 15 minutes.
We are winding in on the start here, ladies and gentlemen, of the girls slalom. About 5 minutes from go time. We'll be sending some forerunners down shortly, so if you're planning to participate in or watch this race, it's about time to start moving in our direction. Forerunners in 5 minutes. Good afternoon, and we are ready to start with our first forerunner for the girls slalom. We're going to send some forerunners down to check out this course. It is a glorious, sunny, beautiful afternoon here at Mount Lacrosse, and let's see how these forerunners make this slalom course look. For those of you that are new to this, the slalom course is going to be much tighter turns than you were watching earlier in the giant slalom. The slalom, of course, is a rapid succession of right-left turns throughout the course. And down our first forerunner comes, checking out that course. Lots of quick movements out there, going edge to edge. Left turns, right turns coming at them in rapid succession. Forerunner number 2 on course. Leading off our girls slalom event here this afternoon for the girls snowboarders. These forerunners look like they're having fun. I'm sure the rest of our racers are going to follow suit. A little trouble there, but she's up and going to get back online here.
Rich jinxed it. It does look like a nice, fun course, though.
Really get to watch these athletes make some quick movement changes here, Amy. They're going to go edge to edge as they come down and try to run straight down this fall line for the fastest time.
Yeah, definitely the most technical for the snowboarders, especially, it seems. But hopefully it's going to be a good race.
Looks like our first racer of the event is getting ready to go. It's bib number 413. She's a junior from Slinger. Ava Stortz is going to lead us off here today on seed number 1 and bib 413. And here comes Ava leading us off here today. This is going to be a quick run down the mountain.
And we're off with our girls snowboard slalom race. Our first racer, Ava Stortz, on course. And in the start, we have 425, Chloe Rummel, freshman from West Bend.
Making some precise turns there as she heads for the finish line. And across the finish line for Ava at 31.78, 31.78. Up next, Chloe Rummel from West Bend.
I would think those first few gates would be the most difficult because it's so steep up there, but and we're watching bib 425, Chloe Rummel, make her way to the finish. And Chloe's time is a 37.39, 37.39 for Chloe Rummel.
Up next, bib 435 of sophomore from Ashwa Bay. This is Mika Lahila. I'm sorry, I'm one ahead. Chloe Larson's up at 402. She's a junior from Middleton. This is Chloe Larson on course.
And we're watching Chloe Larson from Middleton finish. Chloe Larson's time is a 29.29, 29.29. We have a did not start with our next racer for 435. Layla Micah, and our next racer is 440. Sienna Whipperforth, a freshman from Wanakee, and she's having some trouble up at the top of the course. She's hiking to the blue gate.
As Amy said earlier, you can't underestimate the steepness of that first little pitch up there as these racers get started. It's a little bit of an abrupt transition out of that start gate into some fairly steep terrain. Working her way down to the finish line, bib 440. Sienna Whipperforth finishes in 50.99. 50.99. On course now, bib 431. She's a senior from Marshfield. This is Remy Kohler.
And in the gate, we have bib 418, Nicole Major, a junior from Waukesha. We are in the first seed of the girls' snowboard slalom race.
I'm guessing the Marshfield kids probably train at Granite Peak, but here she comes at Mount Lacrosse. Coming down, bib 431, and her time, 27.65. Currently the number one position for Remy Kohler. Nicole Major on course now, bib 418, and she makes her lefts and her rights down the steepest pitch part of that course.
And we're watching bib 418, Nicole Major, as she finishes. Nicole's time is a 31.52. 31.52. That's the end of our first seed of the girls slalom. Starting off in the second seed, we have bib 433, Nicole Long, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines, on course.
Nicole will be followed by Santana Carranza from Central Logan. Santana's a junior this year. But let's keep our eyes on Nicole Long from Rhinelander as she works her way down to this slalom finish. And Nicole comes across the line at 38.08. 38.08. On course, out of course, unfortunately, is Santana Carranza. As I mentioned earlier, snowboards are not generally intended to go uphill, but she's doing her best to get up and around that blue gate, get a team score for her team. Back around it she is, and off she goes again.
And we're watching bib 429, Santana Carranza from La Crosse Central Logan. Following Santana will be bib 421, Leah Walters, a senior from Waukesha. And here comes Santana to the finish. And her time is a 57.08. 57.08 for Santana Carranza.
Next up from Waukesha, wearing bib 421, Leah Walters is on course. Leah will be followed by Samantha Schaefer, a senior from West Bend.
Here comes bib 421, Leah Walters, a senior from Waukesha, finishing up. And Leah's time is a 33.37. 33.37.
On course now, Samantha Schaefer, a senior from West Bend, in bib 427, making her way down the course.
In the start, we have bib 401, Emma Chandler, a senior from Middleton.
And here comes Samantha for the finish line, wearing bib 427, and Samantha's time, 33.55. Currently puts her in 6th position. Emma Chandler on course. Emma's a senior from Middleton.
And Emma Smith will follow Emma Chandler. Emma Smith is a freshman from Slinger. We have our first Emma coming down here, 401, Emma Chandler from Middleton, finishing up. And Emma Chandler's time is a 30.44. 30.44.
Emma Smith out of the gate, a freshman from Slinger. About midway through our second seed here. Her first trip to the state snowboard championships. I know a lot of these snowboarders and skiers come through Mount Lacrosse on occasion to do some training, but probably her first real competition here at Mount Lacrosse.
And she's looking good. Bib 412, Emma Smith. Making her way to the finish, at the top will be Brooklyn Waldner. Emma Smith finishes with a 35.59, 35.59.
Brooklyn Waldner mid-course now in bib 439. She's a local senior. She's from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem.
In the start, we have bib 436, Kira Olson from Columbus. Here comes Brooklyn Waldner to the finish. Brooklyn's time is a 29.17, 29.17.
Unofficially pops her into the second position. Next up, Kira Olson, bib 436. She's a sophomore from Columbus, skiing as an individual.
And we're approaching the end of our second seed for the girls slalom. This is Kira Olson from Columbus finishing. And Kira's time is a 39.27, 39.27.
On course now, bib 432 from Ashland. She's a freshman. This is Mika Lahila.
And this is Mika's first race at the state championship. She's a freshman from Ashland.
We'll be setting up our third seed here with bib 437 waiting to go. That's Sophia Parkinson. Moving across the line at this point is Mika Lahila, 33.26, unofficially 7th position for Mika.
Now on course, we have bib 437, Sophia Parkinson, a junior from Hartford.
Sophia will be followed by Brianna Schaubel, a sophomore from West Bend.
Here she comes, Sophia Parkinson to the finish. Sophia's time is a 31.39, 31.39. On course now, we have bib 426, Brianna Schaubel from West Bend.
Brianna doing a nice job working her way down this slalom course, making those short, quick turns as she approaches the finish line. 34.95, 34.95 for Brianna Schaubel.
Now on course, bib 434, Tennyson Makepeace, a freshman from the Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem team. She'll be followed by bib 430, Lily Clement from Sturgeon Bay. Here comes our freshman Tennyson Makepeace to the finish. And Tennyson's time is a 42.10, 42.10.
On course now is Lily Clement from Sturgeon Bay. She's a sophomore, bib 430.
And look, yeah, Lily had a little problem with that third gate, looks like, third or fourth gate. So she's got a hike to get back up around it. Hopefully she's okay. Unfortunately, bib 430, Lily Clement is a did not finish. Bib 430, Lily is a did not finish. Our next racer will be bib number 403, Lauren Laufenberg, a senior from Middleton.
Lauren will be followed by Madison Hosley from Waukesha. Oops, Lauren had a little skid out there. Let's see how she handles this. Gets up around that blue.
And she's back on course. We're watching 403, Lauren Laufenberg, a senior from Middleton. In the gate, we have 416, Madison Hosley, a senior from Waukesha. Here comes Lauren. Lauren Laufenberg finishes with a 43.25, 43.25.
On course now is Madison Hosley. She's a senior from Waukesha wearing bib 416.
In the gate, we have bib 438, Kaylee Reineck, a junior from Oregon.
Madison approaching the finish line here. From Waukesha, Madison turns in a time of 36.79. 36.79 for Madison Hosley.
At the top of the course, having a little trouble is 438, Kaylee Reineck from Oregon. Going to hike up to that blue gate, it looks like. In the start, we'll have 410, McKinley DeLong, a sophomore from Slinger. And we're watching Kaylee Reineck hike up around the panel, and then she'll get going again. Bib 438, Kaylee Reineck is back on course.
You know, Amy, it's got to be a thrill for some of these parents to see these guys at the state meet when they've been snowboarding since they were 4 and 5 years old, and now to see them here racing at the state meet's pretty exciting stuff. Kaylee had a little bobble up there, but she's running back down the course here, and she completes with a time of 1.08.69.
Yeah, I think anytime you qualify for state meet, state game, anything, it's super exciting. So we're glad to have everybody here. And we're going to continue with snowboarding today, and we'll follow up with skiing tomorrow and Monday.
This is McKinley DeLong. She's a sophomore from Slinger. We're watching her on the course. She makes it down past the midway point. McKinley's a sophomore this year, and McKinley turns in a time of 35.55. 35.55 for McKinley DeLong. Moving down the course and doing a little hiking is Abigail Utter. She's a senior from Middleton.
Yeah, that super steep part must be really icy or just really tricky. And Abigail Utter is going to hike up and get back on course. In the gate, we have 424, Samantha Caston, a senior from West Bend. We are in the 4th seed of the girls snowboard slalom race at the 2022 Wisconsin High School State Snowboard and Ski Championships here at beautiful Mount La Crosse. We're watching Abigail Utter on course.
And Abigail crosses the line at 1.01.03. Abigail Utter. On course now from West Bend, this is Samantha Caston.
In the start, we have bib 409, Delaney Braun, a junior from Slinger.
Delaney will be followed by Morgan Rikus from Waukesha.
Here comes Delaney Braun to the finish. Nope, sorry, Samantha Caston. I was ahead of myself. Samantha Caston finishes with a 35.58. 35.58.
This is Delaney Braun on course. She's made her way midway down already. A junior from Slinger.
In the start, we have bib 420, Morgan Rikus from Waukesha. Here comes Delaney Braun. And Delaney's time is a 32.52, 32.52. Rounding out 4th seed is bib 420, Morgan Rikus from Waukesha.
Morgan had a little slide out there. She's going to work her way up to that blue gate. Next up is bib 414, Callie Wire, and she's a junior from Slinger.
Here comes Morgan Rikus, a senior from Waukesha, finishing with a time of 47.23, 47.23.
On course now, Callie Wire, a junior from Slinger. Bib 414.
In the start, we'll have 417, Danica Jones, a freshman from Waukesha. We're looking at Callie Wire, a junior from Slinger, make her way to the finish. Callie's time is a 37.02, 37.02. On course, bib 417, Danica Jones, a freshman from Waukesha.
Danica will be followed by Tabia Gasponer from West Bend. Here comes Danica Jones from Waukesha. She's a freshman, just getting her sea legs here at the state meet. And Danica crosses the finish line with a time of 36.22, 36.22 for Danica Jones.
On course, we have bib 423, Tabia Gisponer. Looks like 423, Tabia Gisponer did not finish. So unfortunately, 423, Tabia Gisponer is a DNF. Our next racer is 405, Grace Repsch, a sophomore from Middleton.
And Grace will be followed by Francesca Anderson, a sophomore from West Bend. On course and doing a little kickback up is Grace Repsch from Middleton. Gets around that blue gate.
In the start, we have our first racer from our sixth seed, bib 422, Francesca Anderson, a sophomore from West Bend. And we're watching as Grace Repsch makes her way through this course. And here she comes. Grace Repsch, a sophomore from Middleton, finishes with a time of 1.09.34. 1.09.34. Having a little trouble sliding out on the top of the course is bib 422, Francesca Anderson from West Bend. We are in the sixth seed of the girls slalom. We have 4 more racers to go. As Francesca making her hike back up to that red panel.
Immediately following this girls slalom, we'll be running the boys slalom race down this same course as soon as the girls are completed.
And Francesca Anderson is back on course. And the start is 4:15. Ava Coleus, a junior from Waukesha. And here comes bib 422. Francesca Anderson from West Bend finishes with a time of 1.40.76. 1.40.76. Now on course, bib 415, Ava Coleus, a junior from Waukesha.
Ava will be followed by Nova Reinhardt from Middleton.
A lot of these girls have really cool names. It makes me feel like Amy and Rich are kind of boring.
Pretty boring.
Pretty boring. Pretty old school. I like the new ones. Ava Coleus makes her way to the finish. And Ava's time is at 36.66. 36.66.
Bib 404. On course, that's Nova Reinhardt. Had a little trouble at the start. She's a sophomore from Middleton.
And our final racer will be bib 408, Skylar Brandt from Slinger. Final female boarder for the day. And looks like Nova is doing a little hiking here.
We've got the hardest working snowboarder of the day up there. She's working hard to get that gate.
Let's hear it for Nova Reinhardt, a sophomore from Middleton, working hard to finish this slalom course. In the start, we'll have 408, Skylar Brandt from Slinger. And the crowd goes wild for Nova Reinhardt. Nice job, Nova. Way to finish. Nova's time is a 2.16.69. 2.16.69.
On course now, our final snowboarder, lady snowboarder. This is Skylar Brandt. She's a sophomore from Slinger.
Just a quick reminder that once we finish the boys slalom, there will be awards ceremony by the log house. You'll see the little area set up for awards, so we look forward to that. We're watching Skylar Brandt now, and Skylar finishes with a time of 38.19. 38.19.
And that does it for our girls slalom snowboarders. We'll be sending the boys down shortly as soon as we have our course workers prepare the course for the next run. We've got some unofficial standings here for you. Again, unofficially, starting in the first position from Marshfield, Remy Kohler, 27.65, followed by Brooklyn Waldner from AOWS with a 29.17. In third position, unofficially again, Chloe Larson from Middleton, 29.29. Fourth position from Middleton, Emma Chandler at 30.44. And rounding out our top 5 spots, Sophia Parkinson from Hartford. She finished in 31.39. Again, unofficial standings at this point, but we believe we're fairly accurate here in the sound booth, so wanted to let you know those top 5 racers. Also, top 5 racers, you are eligible to order a specialized jacket in our chalet. And you can get an all-state jacket, and there's some sizing that's able to be done inside if you want to step into the merchandise booth and order up your jacket. Once again, shout out to our volunteers and our course workers. Many of them have been out here since 7 or 7:30 this morning. They've watched the weather change in front of them, but want to put a big shout out to all the people that make this event happen.
And a reminder that we've got 2 more days of racing after today. We have ski competition Sunday and Monday. Tomorrow, we will have the girls Super G, followed by the boys GS, followed by the girls Slalom. And then on Monday, we will have the boys Slalom, followed by the girls GS, and we'll wrap it up with the boys Super G. So check your schedule for times, and hopefully you'll come back out and watch some awesome ski racing tomorrow and Monday.
We've got our first boys slalom racer on the course. He is in bib 471. He's getting ready to go. He's a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines. We've got Max Gerke in the starting gate, and out he comes. Here comes Max Gerke leading off the boys slalom.
And our number one racer, Max Durkee, making his way down the course in bib 471. Max's time 30.56, 30.56. On course now, Hunter Wenzel, bib 457. Hunter is a junior from Hartford.
And just a quick announcement that at the conclusion of the boys slalom, all snowboard coaches should meet mountain man Bill Patza by the awards arena. We need your help with doing some awards. So all snowboard coaches meet Bill Patza in the awards area following this race.
And crossing the finish line, bib 457. Yeah, that's Hunter Wenzel. And his time, 28.50, 28.50. On course now, Robert Erickson, 465. He's a senior from Middleton. Robert will be followed by Albin Pitts, a senior also from the Madison Area Co-op.
Here comes Robert Erickson, bib 465 to the finish. Robert's time is a 29.31, 29.31. At the top of the course is 461, Albin Pitts, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op.
And Albin will be followed by Quinn Godfrey, bib 504, a junior from Ashwa Bay. Albin having a little trouble there, but he's going to hike it back up.
And bib 461, Albin Pitts is back on course. In the start, we have bib 504, Quinn Godfrey, a junior from Ashwa Bay.
Albin had a little trouble up there, but he crosses the line at 1:06.08 for Albin Pitts. On course, or next up, I should say, is Quinn Godfrey from Ashwa Bay.
And now on course is 504, Quinn Godfrey, a junior from Ashwa Bay. We have Quinn Godfrey hiking up to the gate, and now he's back on course. In the start, we have bib 494, Zachary King, a sophomore from Wanakee. Again, a reminder, at the conclusion of the boys slalom, all snowboard coaches, please report to the finish area and awards arena and find Bill Patza, mountain man, and talk to him. Here comes Quinn Godfrey to the finish. Quinn's time, 51.19, 51.19.
Up next and coming in with a little bit of a slide is Zachary King. And Zachary's going to do a little climbing as well. They're having a hard time getting out of that gate. Zachary's a sophomore from Wanakee.
And Zachary King is back on course. In the start, we have bib 449, Luke Koch, a sophomore from the La Crosse Central Logan team. Here comes Zachary King to the finish. Zachary's time is a 48.53, 48.53.
Getting ready to send Luke Koch, a sophomore from Central Logan.
Thanks to our race crew for that gate repair. And we've got Luke on course.
In the start, we have bib 489, Aaron George, Jr. from Waukesha. We're watching one of our local racers, Luke Koch, from the La Crosse Central Logan team on course.
And Luke's time, 28.06, 28.06 for Luke. Next up, AJ George. Let's keep our eye on AJ. Whoops, and he took down a little gate there just as I called out his name. He knows the drill. He hikes quickly up and around that gate. This is AJ George.
In the start, we have 443, Cooper Calloway, a senior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. Here comes AJ George making his way to the finish. And unofficially, AJ's time is a 37.15. That's an unofficial time, 37.15.
Next up, we've got our local guy, his final race here at Mount La Crosse. In the snowboard division, this is Cooper Calloway wearing bib 443. He's up next. Brief hold for gate repair, ladies and gentlemen, before we send Cooper.
Just another reminder that you can look at some beautiful, beautiful pictures taken by Steve Davis. He's on the hill today, tomorrow, and Monday, taking beautiful photos of your racers. So check it out. You can go to Aperture by Steve Davis and see some awesome pictures. So thank you to Steve Davis for all your hard work. We appreciate you.
You know, Amy, a lot of our course workers are former high school and collegiate racers themselves, and I spoke with one of them earlier this morning, and I said, you know, what drives you to do this? Why do you come out here at 6:30 or 7 in the morning and do this? And he simply said, because somebody did it for me. You know, and that's pretty cool when this second generation of racers and coaches comes along and gets it. You know, they realize that, hey, somebody had to get out there for me at 7 in the morning so I could race. And so this fella put on his warm clothes and came out this morning to set some courses and set some flags, set some signs, and so it's pretty neat to see these guys giving these young racers a chance.
It is really cool. And we have a lot of volunteers that don't have children in the program anymore. You and I don't have any kids here in the program, but we're here having a great time at Mount La Crosse and loving supporting the snowboard and ski venues and just really appreciating all of our volunteers. So thank you to all of you who have helped out so far for the 2022 Wisconsin High School Championship State and Ski Board meet.
Our hardworking course workers out there making sure everything is set for this next racer. A bit of a bittersweet moment here for Cooper Calloway as a senior. He's had a great run here for 4 years, snowboarding in La Crosse. We have loved to watch his growth throughout the years, he and Bodie as well. But next up, wearing bib 443, he's a senior from Aquinas on Alaska West Salem. We're going to have bib 443 in the gate here just in a moment. Here comes Cooper Calloway.
And Cooper handles that top part really well. It looks really, really good. Cooper Calloway, a senior from the AOWS squad.
Let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it's done. Let's keep an eye on this time. Make some noise for Cooper Calloway in at 22.70. 22.70. He takes the leader spot from Luke Koch.
And next up, we have bib 484, Ethan Smith, a senior from Slinger. And he's handling that top part really well as well. In the gate, we have 500, Johnny Mundell, a sophomore from West Bend.
Ethan's doing a great job here. He's got that board on edge. He's in the racing boot setup, and he is carving his heart out there. As he heads for the finish line, Ethan Smith crosses in 26.19. 26.19 pops him into second position. On course now, Johnny Mundell, a sophomore from West Bend. This action is picking up a bit, Amy. These guys are ripping.
Yeah, this is fun to watch, Rich. It's been a great day of snowboard racing, and it just keeps getting better and better as we watch bib 500, Johnny Mundell from West Bend, approach the finish. And Johnny's time is a 27.27, 27.27, and that concludes our first seed. Here we go with the second seed, bib 493, Charlie King from Wanakee is on course.
Some top times from the back end of that top seed, I'll tell you that. We've got some great competitors here today, some good athletes. Charlie King on course right now.
In the start, we'll have 475, Owen Repenschek, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines. And we're looking at 493, Charlie King on course and approaching the finish. And Charlie's time is a 32.93, 32.93.
And here comes Owen Repenschek, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Owen had a little trouble on that slippery spot up there. He's hiking up to the blue.
He's a really fast hiker, though. He's already back on course. Bib 475, Owen Repenschek, freshman.
Owen will be followed by Tristan Brilla, a sophomore from Sturgeon Bay.
We are in the second seat of the boys' snowboard slalom. Looking at 475, Owen Repenschek from the Rhinelander Northland Pines team. Owen finishes with a time of 48.14, 48.14.
That was Tristan Brilla on course with a little bit of a skid out in that same troublesome spot up there in the shadows. He's moving his way back to that blue.
In the gate, we'll have 497, Ethan Benedict, a senior from West Bend.
Tristan got resituated there, and he's back on course.
And let's hear it for bib 503, Tristan Brilla, a sophomore from Sturgeon Bay, not giving up here. He is back on course and is going to get a finish. All right, let's hear it for Tristan Brilla as he finishes with a time of 1.38.57, 1.38.57.
On course now from West Bend, a senior, Ethan Benedict.
And Ethan's looking good on this slalom course. This will be his last slalom race here at Mount Lacrosse. He's a senior from West Bend.
Ethan will be followed by Isaac DeWalt from Slinger. Ethan's time, 27.39, pops him into the fourth position unofficially, 27.39.
Now on course is 479, Isaac DeWalt, a senior from Slinger. This will be Isaac's final race here at Mount Lacrosse.
Isaac will be followed by Bodie Calloway, a freshman from AOWS.
And hopefully Bodie will have a nice run like his older brother Cooper did. Here's Isaac DeWalt in the final gates here of the slalom, and Isaac's time is a 27.76. 27.76.
On course now, Bodie Calloway, bib 442. He's a freshman this year, chasing after his senior brother. Let's see what Bodie's got.
Bodie looks good.
We just love watching these guys train out here. They are called the Curb and Gutter Crew. And here comes Bodie across the line at 25.25. Unofficially puts him in the second spot for Bodie Calloway.
Nice job, Bodie. Now on course, we have bib 455, Jackson St. Antoine, a sophomore from Hartford. And he'll be followed by 466, Max Marquardt, a senior from Middleton.
Jackson had a little oops up there, but he reclaimed his composure quickly and got down to the finish line. Jackson finishes in 30.64, 30.64 for Jackson St. Antoine. Max Marquardt on course now. He's a senior from Middleton.
In the start, we have bib 463, Jackson Walling, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op. And here comes Max Marquardt, a senior from Middleton, approaching the finish area. And Max Marquardt's time is a 33.68, 33.68.
On course with a little slip in the spot we're seeing a few slips is Jackson Walling. He's in bib 463. He's running towards the end of the second seed here. And Jackson is a senior from the Madison Area Co-op.
Jackson will be followed by another senior, a senior from Waukesha, Nolan Ament, in the start.
Here comes Jackson with his final slalom race of his high school racing career anyway. Hopefully he'll go on to do some more snowboard racing. Jackson crosses the line at 46.72, 46.72.
Now on course is bib 485, Nolan Ament from Waukesha, his final race in the state meet. He'll be followed by bib 448, Logan Boland from La Crosse Central Logan.
Nolan's got a nice line here. He's getting down low in that tuck, and Nolan comes across the line at 27 seconds even, 27.00. Nice run for Nolan, puts him unofficially in the fourth position.
At the top of the course is bib number 448, Logan Boland, sophomore from La Crosse Central Logan, having a little trouble, but he'll get up and hike around that blue gate and get back on course. And Logan will be our final racer in the second seed of the boys snowboard slalom. Starting out the third seed will be bib 470, Alex Wilson, a senior from Middleton. Here comes Logan Boland to the finish. And Logan's time is a 46.27, 46.27.
On course now, the first skier in seed 3. This is Alex Wilson, bib 470. He's a senior from Middleton, Wisconsin.
In the start, we have bib 495, Gregory Nicholson, a sophomore from Wanakee.
And Alex heads for the finish line. Alex from Middleton turns in a time of 31.44, 31.44, unofficially nudges him into 13th position. On course with a little slip from Wanakee, Gregory Nicholson is working his way around a gate he missed.
On course is bib 495, Gregory Nicholson from Wanakee. And in the start, we have bib 441, Ryan Boone, a senior from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team.
Perseverance is key, and he crosses the line at 1:11.16 for Gregory Nicholson. On course now is Ryan Boone. Ryan is a senior from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem, one of our local guys.
In the start, we have bib 502, Michael Spangenberg from West Bend. We're watching bib 441, Ryan Boone, a senior. And Ryan's time is 29.68, 29.68.
On course now, Michael Spangenberg, a senior from West Bend. Michael looks like he's throwing down a pretty good run here. And Michael crosses the line with a 29.79 time, 29.79 for Michael Spangenberg from West Bend. On course now, or soon to be, is Grayson Kruger, a senior from Slinger. And here comes Grayson.
In the start, we have bib 451, Sam Lown, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan team. On course, 482, Grayson Kruger, a senior from Slinger.
Grayson's got a nice line towards this finish line. Making those lefts, making those rights. Across the line he goes with a 29.47. Pops Grayson into the 11th position.
Now on course is 451, Sam Lown, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan.
And Sam will be followed by Isaiah Willoughby, a sophomore from Rhinelander.
We're about halfway through our third seed of the boys slalom. Reminder that there will be an awards ceremony following this race, and all coaches need to meet in the awards arena with Bill Petza. And that was Sam Lown finishing with a 41.84. 41.84.
On course now is Isaiah Willoughby, a sophomore from Rhinelander. He's making his way down the course, getting out into the sunlight here and out of the darkness. There's those Rhinelander cowbells again. I remember those from other years. They're making some noise out there.
Need more cowbell. Here we go.
More cowbell, and across the line for Isaiah Willoughby, 36.06. He's a sophomore from Rhinelander. More cowbell.
Now on course 456, Mason Weimer, a freshman from Hartford.
Mason will be followed by Noah Stanky from Waukesha.
Here comes Mason Weimer making his way to the finish. For his first state meet, Mason's time is at 31.27. 31.27.
Making his way down the course now, Noah Steinke, a sophomore from Waukesha. He didn't let that first little bobble slow him down. Wearing bib 491.
In the start, we have 505, Jack Hom from Luther. Here's Noah Steinke finishing. Noah's time is at 31.81. 31.81. On course, 505, or just getting ready to get on course, bib 505, Jack Hom from Luther.
Here comes Jack, and Jack will be followed by Tristan Furseth, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op. Jack Hom looking like he's doing a nice job on this course, coming from a later seed. Got that board nicely on edge as he comes around those hillside turns. Approaching this last little section here. And Jack Hom rolls across the finish line at 33.37. 33.37. On course now with a little slip out is Tristan Furseth, a senior from Madison Area Co-op.
And Tristan will be our final racer in the third seed. Starting off the 4th seed, we'll have bib 498, Kieran Doherty from West Bend. We're watching our senior from the Madison Area Co-op, Tristan Furseth, on course. And here he comes, bib 458. Tristan Furseth finishes with a 56.52, 56.52.
On course now, bib 498, Kieran Doherty from West Bend.
In the start, we have bib 492, Cole Gastro, a freshman from Wanakee.
Here comes Kieran, putting down a run, and Kieran crosses the finish line at 28.60, 28.60 for an unofficial 10th position.
A great run for our 4th seed. Nice job, Kieran. On course, we have 492, Cole Gastro from Wanakee.
Cole will be followed by Matt Burr, a senior from Waukesha.
Approaching the finish is 492, Cole Gastro, a freshman from Wanakee. And Cole's time is a 44.51, 44.51.
Out of the gate down the top of the course is Matt Burr. Matt's a senior from Waukesha, wearing bib 486.
In the start, we have 476, Ryder Will, a freshman from the Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Matt's boarding aggressively down the bottom part of this course. And he comes across the line at 31.03, 31.03 for Matt Burr from Waukesha.
On course is 476, Ryder Will from the Rhinelander Northland Pines team. Having a little bit of trouble on the top part, but he's hiking so he can get a finish.
Time to beat here today. Our current leader, Cooper Calloway, 22.70, holding the number 1 position. Not only do we have Steve Davis taking some great pictures, but we want to thank Peter Thompson from the La Crosse Tribune to come out and shoot some pictures as well. We'll look forward to some good stuff tomorrow, Pete.
And we're watching Ryder Will on course. In the start, we'll have bib number 452, Gavin Albrecht, a freshman from Hartford. Here comes Ryder Will to the finish. Ryder's time is a 1.13.50, 1.13.50.
On course now with one of those famous little skid outs up there is Gavin Albrecht. Gavin's a freshman from Hartford.
In the start, we have bib 481, Gabe Quebecus, a senior from Slinger. And back on course is 452, Gavin Albrecht, a freshman from Hartford, approaching the finish. And Gavin's time is a 1.04.20, 1.04.20.
Out of the gate is Gabe Quebecus, making his way down the top part of the run. He's gotten through that tricky spot, so it's all downhill from here.
It's all downhill, isn't it, Rich? Always.
Pretty much all downhill at Mount Lacrosse.
Here
all
we
the
go.
time.
Always. We go downhill.
Yes, we do.
Here we go. Gabe Quebecus, a senior from Slinger, approaching the finish. And Gabe has a time of 30.14, 30.14. Good enough for 15th at this point.
On course now, bib 459. He's a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op. This is Milo Graffin.
We're watching our sophomore from Madison Area Co-op, Milo Graffin, on course. And in the start, we have 4:45, Jacob Mighty, a sophomore from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem.
And Milo's time, 36.61. 36.61 from the Madison Area Co-op. On course now, Jacob Mighty. He's a sophomore from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem.
Jacob will be followed by bib 450, Dominic Kreiling, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan.
Jacob doing a nice job on the home course here. And Jacob's time is 33.40, 33.4 for Jacob Mighty.
Now on course is bib 450, Dominic Kreiling from La Crosse Central Logan.
Dominic will be followed by Zach Revord, a senior from Middleton.
And it looks like Dominic's having trouble on the top part of the course. But he's back in action. And here he comes into the sunshine. Dominic Kreiling, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan. And in the start, 468, Zach Revord, a senior from Middleton.
That'll round out, Zach will round out our fourth seed snowboarders. But approaching the finish line now from Central Logan is junior Dominic Kreiling, and his time 56.18. 56.18 for Dominic.
Just out of the gate, bib 468, Zach Revord, a senior from Middleton, our final racer in seed number 4. We have 2 seeds left of the boys slalom. So stick around, and then we'll have awards in the awards arena. So all coaches, snowboard coaches, please meet Mountain Man Bill Patza in the awards arena to help out with award distribution today. We're looking at Zach Revord as he finishes. And Zach's time is a 58.88, 58.88.
Leading off our fifth seed is Paul Maroc, a junior from Middleton. Paul making his way down the course, getting out into the sunshine now. From darkness into the light. We're watching as Paul Maroc approaches the finish line. He's in bib 467, a junior this year from Middleton, and Paul crosses the finish line at 40.15. 40.15.
Now on course is bib 490, David Latka, a senior from Wanakee.
David had to do just a little hiking, but he made that happen fairly quickly, and he's back underway.
He wants to finish strong. This will be his final high school championship race as he's a senior from Waukesha, David Latka. And there he is, bib 490, David Latka, finishing with a 42.25, 42.25. Now on course, 473, Reese Friske, a junior from the Rhinelander Northland Pines team.
And Reese will be followed by Evan Mathwig from Madison Area Co-op. And Reese is on course.
And into the sunshine is bib 473, Reese Frisque, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Next up will be bib 460, Evan Mathwig, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op. Here's Reese Frisk, finishing with a 40.57, 40.57. On course will be bib 460, Evan Mathwig. Looks like Evan is having a little trouble at the top part of the course.
Evan will be followed by Gavin Byer from West Bend.
On course is bib 460, Evan Mathwig. Following Evan will be bib 496, Gavin Bayer, a junior from West Bend.
And Evan crosses the finish line at 1:11.92, 1.11.92. Next up, Gavin Byer, a junior from West Bend. He's doing a little hike up to that blue gate.
In the start, we have bib 447, Gabriel Shelfout, a senior from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. And Gavin Bayer is back on course.
And Gavin's time is 41.78, 41.78 for Gavin Byer of West Bend. On course is Gabriel Shelfout from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem.
In the start is bib 453, Landon Engebretson, a freshman from Hartford. We're watching Gabe Shelfout on course. Gabe's a senior, and this will be his last high school race here at Mount Lacrosse, but I'm sure he'll be doing other fun stuff here. That was Gabe Shelfout finishing with a 39.45, 39.45.
A freshman from Hartford is on course, Landon Engebretson, bib 453.
Following Landon will be bib 483, Luke Schmidt, to finish up our fifth seed. And Luke is from Slinger. Here comes Landon Engebretson.
Landon charging for the finish line with a finish time of 33.71, 33.71. On course next from Slinger, he's a sophomore, Luke Schmidt.
Starting off the sixth seed will be bib 501, John Sipe, a senior from West Bend. Here comes Luke Schmidt through the finish. Luke's got a nice time of 28.35, 28.35, unofficially putting him in ninth place. Now on course is bib 501, John Sipe from West Bend.
John will be followed by Matthew Whalen from Middleton, but let's keep our eyes on John Sipe. John Sipe heading for the finish line here from West Bend. He's a senior this year. And John crosses the finish line at 33.80, 33.80 for John Sipe. Next up, bib 469. He's a sophomore from Middleton. It's Matthew Whalen.
Another reminder that the top 5 place winners in each of the disciplines can qualify for an all-state jacket. You can go inside into the boardroom and check out the jackets so you can get the right size, and you can order your all-state jacket. So that's top 5 for men and women. We're looking at Matthew Whalen finishing up here. And Matthew Whalen finishes with a 42.38, 42.38. Now on course is bib 472, Brady Frisquet from the Rhinelander Northland Pines team. And we are in the sixth seed right now, and we're going to finish up this racing for the day and have some awards as soon as it's all tabulated and ready to go. We're looking at Brady on course, bib 472. Brady's time is a 57.18, 57.18.
On course next, bib 488, Ben Engel. He's a junior from Waukesha. Ben had a little skid out.
And Ben Engel having a little trouble on the top part of the course is back on track. Bib 488, junior from Waukesha, Ben Engel. In the start, we have bib 480, Joseph Hefter from Slinger.
And Ben Engel's time, 46.41. Ben Engel at 46.41. On course, Joseph Hefter. He's a sophomore from Slinger.
And we are down to our last four racers of the day. This is our sixth seed of the boys slalom. We're looking at Joseph Hefter. In the start, we have 462, Connor Scrum from the Madison Area Co-op.
And Joseph's time, 28.11, pops him into the 9th position, coming out of a high seed into number 9 unofficially for Joseph Hefter. Good job.
Slinger's got a strong team again this year. Now on course is 462, Connor Scrum, a freshman from the Madison Area Co-op. He'll be followed by one of our local racers, 446, Matthew Peterson, a senior from Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem, in the start.
.462 having to do a little climb. That's Connor Scrum.
And into the sunshine is Connor Scrum, a freshman from the Madison Area Co-op, approaching the finish. In the gate, 446, Matthew Peterson. Here comes Connor Scrum finishing with a 53.22, 53.22. And
on course is Matthew Peterson. Matthew Peterson is a senior from Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem.
And our final racer of the day will be 454, Caleb St. Antoine, a sophomore from Hartford. Here comes Matt Peterson making his way through this slalom course.
And Matthew Peterson crosses the line at 38.70, 38.70. And our final racer getting ready to get on the course, or I guess he's on the course with a little bobble. It is Caleb St. Antoine from Hartford. An award ceremony immediately following this event as soon as we do some tabulations. And coaches, please join us at the podium so you can award your racers.
Here comes Caleb St. Antoine approaching the last few gates here. And Caleb finishes with a time of 42.26, 42.26. And that's a wrap for our snowboard racing for the 2022 Wisconsin High School State Championship Snowboard and Ski Racing. I'm Amy Schwartz, and this is Rich Rice, and we've had a great day here We've got 2 more fun days of racing. We'll have skiing tomorrow and Monday. So come on out and check it out or check it out online.
We'll run some unofficial results for you here. Starting in the 5th position, Johnny Mundell from West Bend at 27.27. In 4th position, again, these are unofficial results, Nolan Ament with 27 seconds even. In 3rd position, unofficially from Slinger, Ethan Smith, 26.19. Followed by the Callaway brothers. In 2nd place, Bodie Callaway, 25.25. And unofficially in the number 1 spot, Cooper Callaway from Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem, with a record time of 22.70.
And remember, if you finish in the top 5, you are eligible to order an all-state jacket. So you can go into the chalet off to the right-hand side in the boardroom, and you can try on the jackets and decide if you'd like to order one. So top 5 finishers qualify for the all-state jacket. So check it out. And we will be doing awards as soon as everything is ready to go. And you can go over to the awards arena, kind of by the finish area, and check it out. So thanks, everybody. Thanks to our volunteers and coaches and gate judges and administrators and everybody for helping us out on this first day of our state meet. We do have one DQ to announce from the slalom snowboard race. We have one DQ. That would be bib number 489, and that is AJ George is a DQ. Unfortunately, AJ George is a DQ.
test. Hey, can everybody hear me? Yeah, you're right. Come on down. Let's have some awards. Who wanted to get it in the camera a little while ago? Get their face on the Jumbotron. Okay, we're going to get this thing started. I just want to say one thing. Nice job. This was from the opening ceremonies to the last boarder on the slalom. That was a fantastic day. You should all be proud of yourselves, and you should all thank your parents for allowing you to do such a great sport. And you're going to do this the rest of your life because this is a lifelong sport, and you guys are doing it right. So, I'd like to introduce one of our announcers, Rich Rice, and he is going to take over for the awards.
As Bill said, excellent work today by all the athletes, and we got to thank everybody that showed, all you drivers, all you parents, all you supporters, all the fans, the grandparents, aunts and uncles, everybody that made the trip, stood in the cold weather, and made this happen. So without any further ado, the 2022 Wisconsin Interscholastic Alpine Racing Association would like to present the awards for the snowboard competition here today. Leading off with our first event this morning, it was the girls' Boarder Crosse on this crazy course over here to my left. And in third position in the girls' Boarder Crosse this morning with a time of 39.75 from Middleton, Wisconsin, ladies and gentlemen, Chloe Larson. Where's Chloe? Step on up for your third place medal. Here comes Chloe, bib 402. Nicely done. Let's give a big round of applause for Chloe Larson from Middleton. In the second position, also from Middleton with a time of 38.88. Please welcome Emma Chandler, also from Middleton, Wisconsin. Here comes Emma, and in the number one spot with a time of 38.83 from West Bend, Wisconsin. She's a sophomore. Let's make some noise for Brianna Schaubel. All right, get your cameras out. Here's your photo opportunity before we bring the boys' winners up from the boys' Boarder Crosse. Let's make some noise for these girls' Boarder Crosse winners. All right, next up in the boys' Boarder Crosse event. In third position with a time of 34.79, he's representing the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem snowboard team. Let's welcome Senior Cooper Calloway. Here comes Cooper from the back row. Good work, Cooper. In the boys' Boarder Crosse, in second position with a time of 34.76. From Slinger, Wisconsin, he's a senior. Make some noise for Isaac DeWalt. These guys know each other pretty well. They go neck and neck all winter long. And let's bring up in the number one position with a time of 34.47, the winner of the boys' Boarder Crosse. He's a junior from Waukesha, AJ George.
And we've got some team scores for girls. No, okay. GS. All right. So next up, for the giant slalom in the girls event, or not, stand by. Where's that? Here we go. In the snowboard giant slalom, in the third position from Waukesha with a time of 43.10, she's a junior this year, Nicole Major. In second position in the girls giant slalom from Middleton, Wisconsin with a time of 42.82. Let's give it up for Chloe Larson. And the #1 racer in the girls giant slalom snowboard race from Marshfield, Wisconsin, 41.46 was the time. She's a senior this year. Let's give it up for Remy Kohler. Good work and good boarding to all our ladies giant slalom snowboard winners. And good work with all the snowboarders. Next up, let's talk about the boys' giant slalom race. In the boys' giant slalom race today, in third position from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem, he's a lacrosse guy and he's a freshman. Let's make some noise for Bodie Calloway. And I'm sure it's not the first time that there's only been a half a second between these two brothers, whether it's on the way to the first slice of pizza or whatever it is. They probably had some pretty close races in their days, but here's one more with a time of 36.46 in second position from AOWS. Let's give it up for Cooper Calloway. We like to call these guys the curb and gutter team out here because if the snow is soft, they leave us these big trenches about this big when they're on those carve boards. But nonetheless, without any further ado, the #1 guy, and he's neck and neck with these two all the time. Let's give it up for Waukesha's own AJ George. These guys are true competitors, but they're also great friends. So let's make some noise for our GS boarders on the boys' side. All right, the next event today was our girls' slalom. And we had some fantastic racing in the girls' slalom with a time of 29.29 in the third position from Middleton. We've heard this name before. Here she is again, Chloe Larson. In the second position with a time of 29.17 from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. She's a senior this year. Give it up for Brooklyn Waldner. And in the #1 spot in the girls' slalom from Marshfield with a time of 27.65. Once again, here's Remy Kohler. And there's your girls slalom winners. Next up, our boys slalom winners. In the third position from Slinger, Wisconsin, he is a senior this year, putting down a time of 26.19 in the slalom.
Let's give it up for Ethan Smith. I'm seeing a little pattern here in the second position with a time of 2:5.25. Let's give it up for Bodie Calloway. It wasn't quite as close this time. It wasn't a half a second. It was a little more, but still darn close. In the number 1 position in the boys slalom race today, also from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem, with a time of 22.70. Give it up for Cooper Calloway. All right, now our girls combination award. This is the accumulation of all 3 events, GS Slalom and Boarder Crosse. So combined results for our girls. In the number 3 position, she's a junior this year from Slinger, Wisconsin, Delaney Braun. Delaney's got a big fan base. All right, Middleton, let's see if you can make some more noise than those guys. In the second position in the overall combined results from Middleton, she's a senior, Emma Chandler. And in the number 1 position in the girls snowboard combined from Middleton, she's a junior, so we'll see her next year, Chloe Larson. All right, shoot your pictures, folks, and we'll move these boys in here for the boys snowboard combined results. There's some big smiles right there, folks. Let's make a little noise. All right, in the boys overall, or the combined results for the boys, we've added all 3 scores of the Boarder Crosse, the GS, and the Slalom, and in the 3rd position, he's a sophomore this year from West Bend, Wisconsin, Johnny Mundell. Again, in the combination event, all snowboard events combined, in the number 2 spot, he is a senior this year from Slinger, Wisconsin, Ethan Smith. And in the number 1 position on the boys snowboard combined, let's give it up for La Crosse's own Cooper Calloway. And then we also need the top 3 combined ladies back on the podium to get one more photo shoot, please. A little technical difficulty with Mountain Man. Okay, it was Sam. Okay, it was Mick. Make a little noise as they got the official trophy with them now. So, Coach AJ, we need you. Yeah, not snowboarder AJ, Coach AJ.
We're going to announce our sportsmanship award. But before we do that, and AJ is going to help us out with that, I just want to say there was a lot of sportsmanship out there. That was really cool.
Thanks, Bill. So we had a lot of nominees from different coaches, so I want to mention a couple of them. Cooper, Callaway, we had Sienna from Wanakee. Outstanding nominations from coaches. There was a great discussion. We had the entire AOWS team for just being tireless cheerleaders, supporters for the whole team all day. Phenomenal nominations, but I've got a kid on our team that the coaches here kind of got behind. I want to recognize he's a third-year rider with us. He's a senior. He's been our captain. He has put down some incredible athletic performances, but really what stood out for us to nominate him was he's just been the kind of the heart, the soul, the spirit of our team. Picked everybody up on good and bad days. He has volunteered. He really has helped coach along our middle school team as we get 6th through 8th graders. He was the first guy out there every night, an hour before practice, to put time with our middle schoolers. Dude took a rough fall on Boarder Crosse at the beginning of the day. I honestly thought he was out. And he wasn't going to let his team down. And he turned around and he kind of fought through and put down 2 great runs here for us on Slalom and GS because it's the kind of guy he is. He wasn't going to let the team down. So Nolan Ament, come on up as our Sportsman Award.
Get on the podium. Yeah, both of you guys should get up there. Congrats. You want to prepared?
All right, next up is our combined team scores. And if your team is in this announcement, the whole team ought to come on up here. So, first off, in third position, again, this is girls snowboard combined team scores. In the third spot, with total points of 154, Waukesha. In second position on the girls combined team scores. Oh, sorry, jumped it. Jumped the gun. Let's make some noise for Team Waukesha, third position here. Next up, with 145 combined team points, in second position, let's make some noise for the Middleton girls snowboard team. And in the number one position, winning the team snowboard score with 107 points, let's give it up for Team Slinger. All right, good job, Slinger. The #1 girls snowboard team in all of Wisconsin. Next up, our boys combined team scores. Again, we've calculated GS Slalom and Boarder Crosse, put them all together in a team event. In third position, let's make some noise for Team Waukesha. And next up, in the boys combined team score, with total points of 128, in second position, let's give it up for West Bend. And next up, bringing home the gold in the #1 position with a total team score of 89 in the boys snowboard combined team score. Let's give it up for Team Slinger. All right, folks, thanks very much for coming. Come out and support the skiers tomorrow. We'll be here with an opening ceremony at 8:30, so make sure you support the skiing part of this event.